Committee on Transportation Infrastructure will come to order. I ask unanimous consent that the chair be authorized to declare recesses during today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I also ask unanimous consent that the chair and ranking member of the full committee be recognized for 10 minutes each during the first round of questions. Without objection, so ordered. Before I begin, I want to explain an administrative matter regarding some of the documents we may use in today's hearing and that will be entered into the record. I'll be making two unanimous consent requests in reference to two documents, List A and List B. First, the documents contained on List B are marked export controlled. We have been advised by the House General Counsel that the Constitution provides ample authority for us to release these documents. The documents from Boeing, Boeing's attorneys agreed to the release of these documents. I see nothing that is export sensitive in these documents. The FAA stamped every document they sent us as export controlled. However, to prevent confusion with regards to documents with export controlled markings on them, I will be making a unanimous consent request regarding the release of these documents pursuant to the Export Control Act. Second, I'll be making a unanimous consent request to enter the documents on List A into the hearing record. This list includes the export control documents on List B, as well as additional documents. The ranking member's staff is aware of all these and has reviewed all these documents that are on both lists. With that, I ask unanimous consent that the documents on List B be disclosed pursuant to 50 U.S. Code section.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I want to reserve my right to object at this point.
Gentleman is recognized.
The reason for doing that is we've had at least two that I can remember, hearings noting China's infiltration of American industries, getting our, and that includes rail, maritime, transit, you name it, and they would love to have the opportunity to get their hands on technology from the aviation industry as well. And it concerns me in a big deal. We have talked about this and gone over this. In making these documents have all been made available to everybody on the committee. Making these documents available to the public or putting them out there in the public domain, I think is I think it's a real problem. I do, and I think we're cutting ourselves off, at the legs when it comes to that technology. It concerns me. It concerns me in a big way. And I really want us to think about that moving forward. Having said that, I will withdraw. I will withdraw my right to object and allow this to move forward because I do want to get answers. I think we can get the answers without these, but I do want to get the answers, so I'll remove that request.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and I didn't take a back seat to anybody in the issues regarding China. I voted against most favored nation status. I opposed them going into the WTO. I've raised concerns for decades about their theft of U.S. technology and their unfair trade practices. So I certainly share the gentleman's concerns. I have reviewed these documents. I don't think there's anything in there that will be of any utility to the Chinese. But in any case, I recognize your concerns. So I just have to finish reading this. List B will be disclosed pursuant to 50 United States Code Section 4820H2B2 because withholding such information is contrary to the national interest without objection. So ordered. In addition, I ask unanimous consent to enter all the documents on List A into the hearing record without objection. So ordered. Let's proceed now to the hearing. I first want to recognize the families who are here today. I've met twice with families. I don't know if I've met with all of you who are here today. And I want to convey my utmost condolences. It's 1 year and 1 day after the Lion Air crash. Very somber day. We shouldn't have had to be here, but we are, and we're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to fix it, and we're going to see it never happens again. With that, I would thank the witnesses for being here, Mr. Muilenburg, Mr. Hamilton. This fourth hearing the committee has held, first full committee hearing. Given the extraordinary interest of members of the committee, I felt it best to do it in full committee. I know that Boeing told us that they wanted to wait until the airplane was ungrounded, but I felt it was very important for them to testify before that happened. We're here today because 346 people, sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, died on 2 MAX aircraft within a 5-month period. Something went drastically wrong. As you know, our committee has been conducting a very robust investigation. Been on this committee a long time. We have never undertaken an investigation of this magnitude, to the best of my knowledge, in the history of this committee, which is the second oldest committee in the United States Congress. And we have received hundreds of thousands of pages of documents from Boeing. They have been cooperative in providing those documents and agreeing that we could use those documents in the public hearing. And we have received tens of thousands of pages from the FAA. We have conducted some hearings with FAA employees. We have others we wish to interview. And we have requested to interview Boeing employees, but we're told forthcoming. There are a lot of unanswered. We have to be in line behind the Justice Department. So those are still questions that we need to get to the bottom of. You know, we know that a novel system, new and novel system, called MCAS, took these 2 planes into an uncontrollable attitude after it repeatedly triggered, having to do with a faulty or missing sensor. These were wired to one, in this system was wired to one sensor. And in May, then Acting Administrator Elwell sat there, and I asked him, was MCAS a safety critical system? He said, yes. Then how could it have been approved to trigger with a single point of failure? He had no answer to that. How could the FAA approve it? How could the manufacturer do that? He had no good answer. That will be, we are going to continue to pursue the roots of this problem. We do know that at one point Boeing had planned to inform pilots about MCAS. In fact, it was in the first version of the flight manual when it was a relatively benign system. But when it became a radical system, which could trigger a catastrophic failure, it came out. Some of that was discussed in the Senate yesterday. It'll be discussed here again today, particularly quoting from Boeing's chief test pilot and his instant messages. Seems inexplicable. Secondly, we do know that Boeing engineers actually proposed placing a MCAS enunciator in the cockpit. But again, that came out in later versions or in the actual production version. And then it wasn't until after Lion Air that Boeing informed anyone, and still at that point I think soft-pedaling MCAS, that it was in the plane. I've talked to a lot of pissed off pilots. They said, we were the backup system? How can we be backup if we don't know something's going to take over our plane? There's quite a bit of discontent out in the aviation community about that. You know, we now know that Boeing and the FAA assumed pilots would appropriately react in 4 seconds. 4 seconds. But Boeing had information, which we'll get to a little later in this hearing, that some pilots might react in 10 seconds or longer. And if that happened, the results would be catastrophic and result in the loss of the aircraft, as happened twice. We now know from the very beginning, the plane's development, Boeing was, they had a phone call. The phone call was, hey, major customer, we're going to buy Airbus. They have better fuel economy, and the pilots don't need retraining, which is very expensive and disruptive of our schedules. So Boeing, from day one, had to meet that. Instead of a clean sheet airplane, they got the 12th or 13th iteration of the 737 amended type certificate. That meant big engines mounted forward, flies differently, then they had to develop a system to make it fly the same as the others so it wouldn't have to go through pilot training or recertification. That drove the whole process. We do know that Boeing offered Southwest Airlines $1 million per plane rebate if the pilots had to be retrained. Imagine what the pressures were from the top on down to mid-level, low-level engineers. You're saying, what? No. Can't have that. It's cost us $1 million a plane, $300 million for that one contract. Maybe other contracts had the same provision. Cost us our marketing advantage. Slow things down. And then, there's been a lack of candor all through this. Boeing learned that the AOA, angle of attack, disagree light, which was a standard feature on all Boeing 737s, did not work on this plane unless someone bought the upgraded package. We were told that was an inadvertent software error in developing the upgraded package. But that may be so. But Boeing decided to delay the fix for 3 years until 2020. They didn't tell the FAA, they didn't tell the customers, and they didn't tell the pilots about this until after the Lion Air crash. That's inexplicable. They say, well, it's not necessary for safe operation of the MAX, but keeping everybody in the dark and having that, there it is, it's there, it's right in front of the pilot, it's not lighting up. Well, it can't light up, even if there is disagreement. And it was included in the flight manual, unlike MCAS. Wow. So you include something in the manual that doesn't work, but something that is going to work and potentially cause catastrophic issues is not in the manual. What was that all about? We know there was tremendous pressure on production. We have Boeing whistleblowers have contacted us that, regarding features engineers wanted to put on the MAX, but were denied because of the rush to get this plane out the door and compete. We have from an internal whistleblower a survey conducted November 16 that 39% of Boeing employees surveyed they experienced undue pressure. 29% said they were concerned about consequences. You might lose your job, I guess, if they reported these incidents. We now know at least one case where Boeing manager implored then Vice President, General Manager of the 737 program to shut down the 737 MAX production line because of safety concerns several months before the first tragic Lion Air crash. There's a lot we don't know. We don't know what would happen if a different path had been followed here exactly. We don't know if these pilots had had simulator training that replicated this system, what would have happened. We don't know why Boeing designed a plane with a safety critical system side to a single point of failure. Inexplicable, inexcusable, and as far as I know, unprecedented in the history of passenger aviation production. We do know, and we have seen, that pressures from Wall Street, market forces, have a way of influencing the decisions of the best companies in the worst way, endangering the public, jeopardizing the good work of countless hardworking employees on the factory lines. And I hope that's not the story that is ultimately going to be written about this long-admired company. So we need today, Mr. Muilenburg, Mr. Hamilton, we need answers. But we also know that we need reforms on how commercial aircraft are certified and how manufacturers, not just Boeing, all are watched and overseen by the regulators. This hearing today, an investigation, is not just about getting answers to our questions, but how to make the system safer and prevent future tragedies. With that, I yield time to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. I do want to extend my condolences to the families and friends of the accident victims. I can't imagine how hard it is to, to sit and go through this this process. I'm going to divert from my statement for just a minute and associate myself with a couple of comments that the chairman made. And I too, as a pilot, having a piece of equipment in an airplane that I don't know about is something that concerns me in a big way. And that comment about pilots saying, what, we're the backup system, it does concern me. But I do want to point out, though, as well, when it comes to Airbus, because it was mentioned, too, that Airbus, there were customers that wanted to look at Airbus as opposed to the Boeing product. But in an Airbus aircraft, the pilot is the backup system. You can't shut it off. The similar system, I should say, very similar system in an Airbus that's in a Boeing MAX, MCAS, you can't shut it off. It overrides the pilot. Overrides the pilot. Whereas MCAS can be shut off, and that's one of the things about, when it comes to being a pilot. You want to be able to shut a system off that has failed and be able to fly the airplane, and that's what I've harped on over and over and over again. And it's my hope that Mr. Muilenburg's testimony today is going to help us understand the decisions that Boeing made between 2009 and 2017 regarding the design and certification of the 737 MAX. Some of those decisions were reviewed and approved by the Boeing organization, the designation authority, or the ODA. We keep using that term, obviously. It's on behalf of the FAA. And while the Boeing ODA was authorized to act for the FAA, as the regulator of the FAA, they retain the ultimate responsibility for overseeing the compliance with all safety regulations. It still lies within the FAA. And I know the chairman said we've still got a lot of other people to hear from, and hopefully I do want to hear from. We're hearing from the Boeing leadership today, at the time of these decisions, but to get a complete picture, I would like to hear from the FAA officials that were there at the time, between 2012 and 2017 when these decisions were being made. And I hope that I can get a commitment, and I'm sure you don't have any problem with that,
I commit
to do
that we will be hearing from FAA.
And because we got to hear from everybody, that's the bottom line. And I've said before, and many times, the various investigations, they reveal problems. If these investigations reveal problems with certification, then I think Congress should act to fix those specific and identifiable problems. And that's going to be the issue, is identifying what those problems are. But in the aftermath of these accidents, we can't address safety of the aviation system by focusing on one single factor, and there's never one single factor that contributes to an accident. I've heard safety experts refer to, the Swiss cheese model of accident causation. In this model, if you use this model, you have layers, many layers of accident protection that are visual. If you visualize them as slices of cheese with holes that represent the weaknesses, some of those weaknesses are due to, conditions. Others are due to active failures. But when an accident occurs, when all of those holes and weaknesses, when they line up, that's when you have a catastrophic failure. And in the context of the 737 MAX, we have to consider all of those layers, all of them, when it comes to the protection and safety. And, when we try to determine, what weaknesses are out there and try to figure out what those weaknesses are. So as an investigator, the Indonesian government said about the Lion Air accident, and I quote, if one of those 9 contributing factors did not happen, the crash would not have happened. One particular layer, the design and certification of the 737 MAX, that's the focus of a number of investigations. And earlier this year, Boeing took responsibility for the MCAS design weaknesses, and they've been working on a software fix, which we're waiting to hear about that. But other weaknesses, Boeing, with the FAA's oversight, that we're going to address, they include pilot displays, operation manuals, crew training. Today we're going to hear about the status of all of those of those efforts. But I want to hear about how these efforts line up with the recommendations of the Joint Authorities Technical Review, or the JTAR, the first completed review of the MAX certification by individuals with vast aviation and technical expertise is obviously due soon. But while the JTAR didn't call for an end to the FAA's delegation programs, it did highlight some bureaucratic efficiencies in the relationship between Boeing and the FAA, and we have to address those, and I know we will. The FAA, their concern, or the FAA concurred with the JTAR's report and is committed to working on these recommendations, which is good. We obviously have to have oversight to make sure that happens. But lastly, Mr. Muilenburg, I want to hear about recently shared documents relating to Boeing's former chief technical pilot for the 737, and I'm sure you're going to do that. But other investigations are moving forward as well. And last month, the National Transportation Safety Board, they issued a recommendation report which largely focused on the assumptions that were made during the design and certification process related to human factors. Design and certification cannot be the sole focus of our efforts. And I've said this before, that's only one layer of that cheese model that I talked about. In the last few months, other weaknesses that appear to have played a role in these accidents have surfaced. Reports earlier this month called into question evidence submitted to the Lion Air investigation, which related to the installation, calibration, and testing of the faulty angle of attack sensor. There's also been whistleblower statements and other reports raising significant concerns with Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines operation and maintenance programs. The former chief engineer for Ethiopian Airlines filed a whistleblower complaint alleging significant problems with that airline's maintenance, training, and record keeping. He also alleges that the air carrier went into the maintenance records of the 737 MAX. He alleged went into the maintenance records of the 737 MAX a day after the accident. And unfortunately, operational pressures and lack of robust safety culture can negatively impact aviation safety. That's another layer of that model that I talked about. The NTSB has confirmed that along with certification, operational factors are going to be the focus of its accident investigations. And in addition, along with its own MAX certification review, the Department of Transportation, their IG, their Inspector General, at the request of the committee's leadership, is soon going to begin a review of the international training standards and the impact of automation, which is another thing that I've talked about as a potential problem. But I want to be crystal clear in reviewing these areas that this is not an effort to blame the pilots. And I don't blame the pilots, and I don't absolve Boeing of its responsibility. But a September New York Times Magazine article, it described the changing nature of the airline industry and the impact it's having on airmanship. The article refers to a decade-long transformation of the entire business of flying, in which airplanes became so automated and accidents so rare that a cheap air travel boom was able to take root around the world. And this boom in air travel resulted in the need for more and more pilots, but the pool of experienced pilots couldn't keep up. I remember getting letters from airlines all over the world just simply because I had ATP on my license, getting letters offering me jobs to quit what I was doing and come fly for them. But I'll continue to repeat this. Pilots can master cockpit technology, but when the technology fails, they have to be able to fly the plane, not just fly the computer. And to be clear, none of this is reflection on Lion Air or Ethiopia's pilots' professionalism or character. They were fighting for their lives. That's the bottom line. But instead, it's a reflection on the broader pressures that's present today in the global aviation economy. And it's incumbent on the airline whose name is on the side of that airplane to ensure that their pilots are properly trained to the level that they need to be and not rushed into the cockpits to meet those demands. That's where some of this blame lies. In Ethiopia in particular, the government owns the airline, and they put pilots in there that something above their head. It's not the pilot's fault. You have to look at who put them in that position to be responsible for hundreds of lives. So in line with that Swiss cheese model and other layers of protection, such as pilot actions, airline operations, maintenance, training programs, they must also be explored, and all of those weaknesses have to be addressed. And I still believe that the FAA remains the gold standard in aviation safety. And Once the agency certifies the fixes to the MAX, I will gladly volunteer to be the very first person right alongside Administrator Dixon in the very first flight of the MAX 8. In regard to the two 737 MAX accidents, I think all of those issues need to be addressed, but only after we've had the benefit of various investigative works that have yet to be completed. Jumping to conclusions before that work is done only risks more harm than good. The bottom line is the U.S. safety record speaks for itself, and I'll stand up to anybody that tries to question that. The FAA's proven system has made air travel the safest mode of transportation in history. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity and the deference, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to today's hearing and yield back anything I have left.
I thank the gentleman. I would now turn to the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Chair DeFazio. I'll be brief because I want to get to the reason why we're here today. That's for questions 2 and clear and direct answers from Boeing. But yesterday I did release a video opening statement, and you can find my full comments there. But in summary, I want to say this, that the 346 lives lost in Lion Air 610 and Ethiopian Airlines 302 crashes, those are constant reminders of the importance of this committee's work and what is at stake if we do not address systemic safety issues in U.S. aviation today. Some of the victims' family members are here with us today. Others are watching on a live stream, and your presence and tireless advocacy are critical to what we are doing today. I want to thank you for that. You deserve answers, and you rightfully expect Congress to act. Following the recent release of recommendations from the JADR, the NTSB, the Indonesian authorities, and Boeing itself, though, I do want to say I see one undeniable conclusion. The process by which the Federal Aviation Administration evaluates and certifies aircraft is itself in need of repair. It is no accident that there are few airplane accidents. It makes it all the more tragic when there is one. It makes it even worse when there are two. So as the committee's investigation continues, we should maintain safety as our guiding principle and use all the tools at our disposal to ensure the safety of the traveling public. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now turn to the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Aviation, Mr. Graves from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing today. Yesterday was 1 year since the Lion Air tragedy, and I too want to join, I think, everyone sitting up here in offering our condolences to all of the Ethiopian family victims, the Indonesian family victims. Here we are in Washington, and everybody in this town, nearly in this town, you sit up here and you're dealing with billions and trillions of dollars and all these crazy acronyms and processes, and none of it often makes sense or fits the common sense test. And oftentimes you see people that just forget about objectives. Why are we actually doing this? What is the purpose of this whole process that we go through, the regulations, the procedures? Why? And at the end, it's always about people. That's what we're here for. We're here for people, for fellow Americans, fellow citizens. And it is amazing to me, just being here, how often that is forgotten. I'm sorry to every one of you, and your pictures are incredibly powerful. You know, I used to be a rock climbing instructor, and when we would go out there, we would have somebody's son or daughter, somebody's brother or sister. And when you're out there rock climbing, look, there's no room for error, none. You lose somebody on a rock, there's no room for error. Air travel is the same thing. There's no room for, you can't, we're gonna pull over to the side of the road and see what's going on. I hear a noise coming out of the engine. That's not an option. This process has got to stay focused on the risk that air travel poses. The fact that you can't pull over to the side of the road, that you've got to have redundancies. And look, there's an awful lot going on right now with all of the different reports, investigations that are going on, and I'm going to run through those in a minute. But there's an awful lot going on. But for example, if there truly was one AOA sensor that could potentially engage MCAS, that's not the proper redundancies. And when you're looking at the safety that's posed, the risk that's posed in this case, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. A while back, I had the chance to represent the state of Louisiana in the Deepwater Horizon disaster, and spent a lot of time with the families there, and spent many days in the court listening to testimony. And I do believe, and I think that the judge found, that there was an inappropriate culture of focusing on the wrong objectives. And oftentimes people can be looking at stock prices or economics or how many people can we fit in here, or how fast can this jet travel, or what have you. I'm going to say it again. This is 100% about people. And I've heard people talk about this whole process and say that, well, this process was short-circuited. Well, you know, you can look back and you can look at the 737-6, 7, 8, 9. You can look at the A319, A320, 321, the E190, E195, the C919, and many versions of those aircraft. And you know what? Every single one of those actually was certified or approved in a shorter period of time than the MAX. So it's not just about how long, it's what we actually do during that process. What are we doing during the process to make sure that, that this is a safe aircraft, to make sure that we're not putting folks at undue risk? Now, I've heard a lot of people talk about a lot of different ideas and solutions and things that they want to do, and as we move forward. And people posing solutions right now. And certainly we need to extract every single lesson learned that we can. But right now, and I somehow ditched my list. Right now we have investigations, the Indonesian authorities, the Ethiopian authorities, the NTSB, we have the JATR, we have the Technical Advisory Board, the TAB. We have the Office of Special Counsel that is working with the whistleblower complaint. We have the Secretary of Transportation that set up a special committee. Boeing is doing an internal investigation. We have so many different investigations that are going on. One thing that we've got to make sure that we do is focus on facts. One thing that I've seen in this body in the 4.5 years that I've been here is us responding emotionally to things and not responding to facts. And we'll go and do something that may make us feel good, but does not actually respond to the facts. And so as we move forward, and I'm sure I left out some of the investigations that are ongoing, but as we move forward, we have got to make sure that we are acting on the facts, and every single outcome, every single problem that we have identified, we've got to make sure that we truly base our solutions on those facts to where this doesn't happen again. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, the families shared a number of concerns that I think are right on. And I do want to ask that Boeing get back to us on these. And it was things like fully disclosing the MCAS fix before the plane is allowed to fly, if it's allowed to fly again. Fully defining the role of the MCAS system. All right, I'll submit these.
I would suggest is you could submit those for the record, or you could ask during the question period. So that would be, I thank gentlemen. With that, we'll turn to the witness, which for an opening statement.
Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Congressman Larson, Congressman Graves, thank you. And to the whole committee, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and we're going to do our best to answer all of your questions. Before we get started, I too would like to acknowledge the families that are here with us today. And again, wanted to tell you I'm sorry. And I've had the opportunity to talk with some of you and hear your stories. And we are deeply, deeply sorry. And we'll never forget. And I want you to know that. And we're committed to making the improvements that we need to make. We're committed. And I had the chance to hear some of those stories and see the photos and listen to personal stories. And it does get to a business that's about people. And I think Congressman Graves said it well. That's where our hearts will always be. And I know all of Boeing, our 150,000 people, feel the same way, and they think about this every day. We will carry the memories.
You're not loud enough?
Can you speak a little closer into your microphone, just so a little more audible? Thank you.
You can just pull it toward you, Mr. Muilenburg.
The whole box.
Is that better? Thank you. Sorry. Please know that we carry the memories of these accidents with us, and the loved ones, the memories of them, they will never be forgotten. And their memories will drive us every day to make our airplanes safer and to make this industry safer. And we are committed to doing that. I am grateful to have the opportunity to be here today to say this to the families personally. And I want to let you all know that we are dedicated to learning. We are learning. We still have more to learn. We have work to do to restore the public's trust. And we will do everything possible to prevent accidents like this from ever happening again. Mr. Chairman, I know this committee has many questions about the MAX, and we'll do our best to answer those today. And while investigations are still underway, we know both accidents involved the repeated activation of a flight control software system called MCAS, which we've already talked about. That system responded to erroneous signals from angle of attack sensor. Based on that, we've enhanced MCAS in 3 ways. First, it will now compare information from both sensors instead of one before activating. Second, MCAS will only activate a single time. And third, MCAS will never provide more input than the pilot can counteract using the control column alone. Pilots will also continue to have the ability to override MCAS at any time. We've brought the best of Boeing to this effort. We've spent over 100,000 engineering and test hours. We've flown more than 800 test flights. We've conducted simulator sessions with 545 participants from 99 customers and 41 global regulators. I've flown on a couple of flights myself. This has taken longer than expected, but we are committed to getting it right. During this process, we've worked closely with the FAA and other regulators. We provided them with documentation, had them fly the simulators, answered their questions. Regulators around the world should rigorously scrutinize the MAX and only approve its return when they are completely satisfied with its safety. The public deserves nothing less. Mr. Chairman, today and every day, over 5 million people will board a Boeing airplane and fly safely to their destination. Decades of cooperation and innovation by industry and regulators and the rigorous oversight of this committee have reduced accidents by more than 95% over the last 20 years. But no number other than 0 accidents is ever acceptable. We can and must do better. We've been challenged and changed by these accidents. We've made mistakes, and we've learned, and we are still learning, and we're improving. We established a permanent aerospace safety committee for our board. We've stood up a new safety organization, and we've strengthened our engineering organization so that all 50,000 engineers now report up through Boeing's chief engineer. We're also helping to rebuild the communities and the families impacted by these accidents. We've pledged $100 million to this effort. We've hired renowned experts in this area to ensure families can access these funds as quickly as possible. No amount of money can bring back what was lost, but we can at least help the families meet their financial needs. Mr. Chairman, I started at Boeing more than 30 years ago as a summer intern in Seattle. I was a junior at Iowa State University studying engineering, and I'd grown up on a farm in Iowa. My parents taught me the value of hard work and integrity. I was awestruck to work at the company that brought the jet age to the world and helped land a person on the moon. Today, I'm still inspired by what Boeing does and by the remarkable men and women who are committed to continuing its legacy. But these heartbreaking accidents and the memories of the 346 lives lost are now part of that legacy. It's our solemn duty to learn from them, and we will. Recently, there's been much criticism of Boeing and our culture. We understand and deserve this scrutiny. But I know the people of Boeing. They are more than 150,000 of the hardest working, most dedicated, honest people you will ever meet. And their commitment to safety, quality, and integrity is unparalleled, and it is resolute. We will stay true to those values because we know our work demands it. It demands the utmost excellence. So thank you for this opportunity to convey to the world that we're committed to changing and to making sure that accidents like these never happen again. Mr. Chairman, thank you for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
I thank the gentleman. As I stated at the outset, with consultation with the minority, both myself and Mr. Graves will open with 10 minutes, and then we'll move to other members for 5 minutes in the usual order. Mr. Muilenburg, you know, it's clear, obviously, from everything we know and the Lion Air report now that MCAS was a major factor that contributed. But, you know, Boeing's position, at least prior to these crashes, was it was an autonomous system and it operated in the background. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that was the design approach, yes.
Yes. But the question is, how do we get to that? And we have a slide. You'll be able to see it right in front of you. Staff? Yes. This was a concept design for the flight deck in 2012. And as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, there was an MCAS alert indicator. So at least at some point, some on the engineering and design staff felt it would be important to make the pilots aware of the system and to have an indicator light. Do you agree that that was originally proposed?
Congressman, understand that was part of an early trade study at that point, and very common that early in the design stage we'd evaluate different flight deck alert systems.
Thank you. So, but obviously the final version did not have that. That light was, I mean, there was no indication either in the manual or on the flight deck of the presence of MCAS.
Congressman, I think John can answer that question.
Yeah.
Yes, Chairman, the MCAS light, as you pointed out, the intent of it was to signal an MCAS failure. It's important to note that in these accidents, the MCAS system did not fail.
Right, it triggered.
And it would not have lit up.
But
the
it was
functionality of the MCAS light was actually, the reason it was deleted was because the functionality was incorporated into the speed trim fail light, which you can see just adjacent to that. The MCAS is an extension of the speed trim system.
Thank you for that. But when it was a relatively benign system, 0.6 degrees, it was in the manual, and then when it went to repeated 2.5 degrees, it came out of the manual. Is that correct? I have seen very early versions of the manual that indicate that you had MCAS in the manual. Your test pilot asked FAA to take it out, and it came out.
Congressman, if I could try to clarify, because you're asking questions that span into a couple of areas, just if I could clarify.
Well,
so there was
succinctly.
the intent, the MCAS inclusion in the training manual, that was an iterative process that was occurring in parallel to the extension of MCAS to low-speed operation, which I believe is what you're referring to. So the extension of MCAS to low-speed operation, that was done and flight tested from a period of around middle of 2016 to
we understand that, and we understand some of the problems in the way it was tested and it wasn't tested with the AOA failure, but that's good for now. A key assumption was reaction time. And, you know, with the AOA failure, the MCAS activates, and it's, you know, 2.5 degrees every 10 seconds, pretty radical. And Boeing assumed it would take pilots 4 seconds to recognize and react to runaway stabilizer. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, again, as we do what we call hazard analysis for the airplane design.
4 seconds was the
In this particular
assumption.
case, that was the assumption. That's a
Okay.
long-standing industry assumption for systems like this.
Lion Air report says it took pilots 8 seconds to react. And then we have information provided to the committee by Boeing, which will now be the second slide. And it says there, a slow reaction time scenario, 10 seconds, found the failure to be catastrophic. Do you think that was clearly, was this document ever clearly communicated to the regulators? That a 10-second delay, which doesn't seem like a lot of time to me, particularly when you look at the NTSB report and the cacophony going on the flight deck, and particularly in the case of Lion Air when they didn't even know the system existed. Was the FAA aware of this, this document?
Chairman, I can't speak to this specific document.
Okay.
John may be able to, but I do think it's important to note that as part of the design process, we use a set of industry standard practices on these timelines. This is a common part of our hazard analysis.
But
that
you,
was shared
right,
with the
I
FAA
understand, and I understand
process.
what the industry standard was, but I mean, it does cause a little concern. 10 seconds, I mean, you can say, gee, really good pilots can do it in less than 10 seconds. Pilots aren't, you know, at the top of their game every day, and particularly in the first iteration, at least, when they weren't even aware of the system. You know, I think that assumption should have rung some alarm bells. So, I mean, do you think, in retrospect, it was a mistake to not inform pilots of the existence of the MCAS system?
Congressman, a few things on that, and agree. We made some mistakes on MCAS, and as we've gone back and taken a look at this, moving from a single sensor to a dual sensor feed is an important part of that. Providing additional training information, which the feedback we've gotten from the pilots, as you noted, is part of that. And then revisiting these decades-long industry standards. I think you see a similar recommendation out of the JADA report.
Of course, the question would be, why was it just originally wired to one sensor, which again, single point of failure, as then acting administrator Elwell said in May, a safety critical system. That's just not done. And you know, as the NTSB said, multiple alerts and indication can increase pilot's workload. The combination of the alerts and indications did not trigger the accident pilots to immediately perform the runaway stabilizer, functions. Okay, again, let's just, Mr. Hamilton, are you aware of any other aircraft out there that has a safety critical system that is dependent upon a single point of failure?
Chairman, single point of failures are allowed in airplane design. Regulation 25.1309 actually discusses that and talks about different hazard categories.
And this one was deemed to be catastrophic. I know there's 3 categories. You didn't deem it to be catastrophic, although in looking at the 10-second, you said it was catastrophic. It was classified as major, as I recall.
Yeah, catastrophic is one category. And so when we test out systems, we do look at their impact on the airplane when there's failures. And we did look at 10 seconds, but we also then took it into the simulator with pilots, and the typical reaction time was 4 seconds.
I put up another document. It's right in front of you there. And 12/17/2015. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this was raised by one of your engineers. Are we vulnerable to a single AOA sensor failure with the MCAS implementation, or is there some checking that occurs? Did you ever receive this communication, and did you respond to that, engineer?
Chairman, I did not actually receive this communication, but I am aware of the communication recently as it surfaced. In talking with the engineer, I think it highlights that our engineers do raise questions in an open culture. They question things, but it also followed our thorough process and was determined that the single sensor, from a reliability and availability standpoint, met the hazard category and the safety.
Well, of course, we don't know what happened in Ethiopia, but there's some speculation a bird sheared it off. They're pretty delicate little things out there, actually. I've seen them. Now, of course, the final slide here is now, as you emphasize, flight control will now compare inputs from both AOA sensors. And I guess the question is, why wasn't it that way from day one?
Mr.
Why
Chair.
wasn't it that way from day one? If you can do it now with an extra wire or a software fix or whatever, why didn't you do it from day one? Why not have that redundancy?
Mr. Chairman, we've asked ourselves that same question over and over, and if back then we knew everything that we know now, we would have made a different decision. The original concept from a safety standpoint was to build the MCAS, extend the current speed trim system on the previous generation of 737. That's a system that had about 200 million safe flight hours on it. So one of our safety principles is to take safe systems and then incrementally extend them. That was the safety concept behind the original decision.
All right. Well, thank you.
We've learned since then,
Right.
and that's why we've moved to this new design.
Sure. My time has expired, and I want to turn to the ranking member. Ranking member, Mr. Graves is recognized.
It's hard to know where to start. And I want to go back to just kind of for clarification to that first slide with the MCAS. If we can bring that, can we bring that up?
First slide, back up, please, for Sam. The one that shows the flight deck with the MCAS.
The MCAS warning, like to me, would be, and this is, I guess, more of an editorial comment. You ever been in your car and the check engine light comes on? Yep. And wonder, what the heck? Okay, so what is it? Is it the oil pressure? Is it the oil temperature? Is it the vacuum? I don't know what it is. It's just a general check engine, and the stuff that's more important to me, is the stuff that's on the left, because MCAS manifests itself as a trim issue. It's a runaway trim issue, which again I go back to training, and you have memory items. Every pilot is, I shouldn't say that. In the United States, pilots are taught to have memory items. You instantly go through those when you have a failure. You start through that checklist in your mind, and we have, some of them are even goofy little rhymes or whatever to help you remember, and you go through each one of these processes. And in the case of Ethiopian Air, they never did retard. I still come back to this too. They never retarded the throttles. They set the throttles for takeoff, and they never pulled them back. They went right through the maximum certified speed of the 736 or 737 MAX 8, right on through, right up to 500 miles per hour, way beyond the maximum certified speed. That's the reason they can't manually trim the airplane, is because it's going so fast. And I've used that analogy too. Go down the road at 70 miles an hour. Try opening the door. See if you can open the door and see what the pressures are against the door of your car. The more pressure there is, the faster you're going, the more pressure there is, and the more that the harder it is to try to reverse those pressures. But you go through those memory items, and you immediately start ticking down. And the chairman's right in terms of what's the average? Is it 4 seconds to react, 10 seconds to react? And I guess that's one of the flaws that we need to be thinking about is, I guess we're going to have to start building airplanes to the least common denominator in terms of, and that's a poor choice of words, I guess you might say, but the least common denominator in terms of international, we got to start thinking about, if we're going to export, we're going to have to start thinking about international, training standards. And I know that's one of the things that's being looked at and how they train. You know, did they have those memory items? Could they tick them off? Most pilots will sit there and they'll do it in the shower. You go through your memory items. I do it all the time in the shower. You know, just sit there and tick through my memory items on, you know, what engine failure, trim failure, whatever those might be. But I guess we're making assumptions, and the FAA is making assumptions, manufacturers are making assumptions about pilot training experience. And in the aftermath of these two accidents, and this question is for Mr. Muilenburg, do you believe that these assumptions, you know, particularly for aircraft that are going to be operated outside of the United States, do we need to revisit those assumptions?
Congressman, we believe we need to go take a look at those longstanding industry assumptions. As you well point out, those are used across manufacturers, not just Boeing. And these are things that have produced safe airplanes for decades. But we do believe that it's appropriate to go take a hard look at those. We may need to make some revisions. I think the JADER report has identified the same thing. And we think that would be a good area for us all to look at on behalf of aviation safety. We are committed to doing that and supporting that study. And one of the areas for the future that we're investing in as we think about pilot-machine interface and how to do that most effectively. And as you pointed out earlier, a large generation of new pilots that will be needed over the next 20 years. And we need to be thinking about designing our airplanes for that next generation.
With the benefit, I guess, and it's always dangerous to, because hindsight is always 20/20, but knowing what you know now, would the Boeing company have done differently? Would you have done things differently in terms of certification of the 737 MAX?
Congressman, yes, we would have. We have learned. As I mentioned earlier, we made some mistakes. We discovered some things we didn't get right, and we own that. We're responsible for our airplanes. Any accident with one of our airplanes is unacceptable. And that's our responsibility. We own it. We're going to fix it. We know what needs to be done. And that's where we're focused going forward.
I'm going to make a comment here, and it's as a result of this, and the unfortunate part is we lost life. We lost, loved ones, friends, and life was lost as a result of these accidents. And, you hope that it's never going to happen again. The unfortunate reality is one of these days it will happen again. But I've harped on this, and this is something that concerns me, and I've talked, too, about the difference in the United States and in pilot training in other countries. But something that concerns me, and I want everybody to hear this. In the United States, what I'm afraid of is we're going down the same direction that we're seeing in other countries when it comes to getting pilots to the point where they can fly. No matter what, we can build the most perfect airplane that's never going to cause a problem, or it's never going to get itself into a bad situation. And sure enough, sooner or later, it's going to get into a bad situation, and it's going to require a pilot to figure out what's wrong and then to come back and fly that airplane. But here in the United States, I think we are dumbing down. And again, this is a criticism of our system, because this is what I'm afraid we're going to. And I want to think about this as we move forward, because I think it needs to be addressed. But in the United States, we taught spin training and stall training in your basic piloting skills for your private pilot's license. Before you get commercial, before you get your airline transport rating, you were taught basic stall characteristics and how to get out of a spin. Today, you can't do that. An instructor is not allowed to let a stall fully develop. At the first warning, this is what it states in the book, at the first warning of a stall, they have to recover or they fail their check ride immediately. That means if the light comes on or if the buzzer goes off, they have to recover immediately. They can't let that stall develop. So we're teaching them how to, and this is happening in other countries, because many countries do base their system off of our system as well, but sooner or later you're going to get an airplane into a stall, but we're not teaching anybody how to get out of that stall and how to recognize it. We're teaching them how to not get into it. Well, that's never going to happen. sooner or later you're going to get into a problem. And this concerns me because we have changed, we have rewritten our, and I've got a problem with the FAA allowing this, but we've rewritten our instruction manuals to not allow this to happen, to not allow these items that will ultimately happen. We aren't teaching pilots how to fix them, how to correct them, how to get out of them, how to save the people that are in the plane with them. Heaven forbid that should happen. And that's, again, that's me harping because it concerns me, and it concerns me in a big way. The United States is behind other countries in ultimately going down that road. And I think we have to get back to basic piloting. And there's nothing wrong with technology. I think technology is great. But the most important safety component in any airplane is a pilot that can fly the damn plane and not just fly the computer. I think I've got a minute left. Actually, I'll just yield back.
Okay. I thank gentlemen. I now recognize the chair. How do we do this in order of? Okay. We do this in order of seniority and appearance. And so first would be Ms. Norton.
Thank you very much, Chairman DeFazio. I can't say enough about the importance of this hearing. I appreciate you, Mr. Muilenburg, being here. Ranking Member Graves asked, had you flown? I think you even said in your testimony that you had flown on the 737 MAX since the fixes or corrections have been made. That is your testimony.
Ma'am, yes, I've flown on a couple of test flights as part of that
test flights.
process.
I understood that those to be test flights. But the chairman mentioned that we're trying to get to the roots of the problem so it doesn't happen again, so with FAA, so that airlines like Boeing. And so my questions really go to penalties, whether they have made any difference, penalties paid or outstanding, essentially to compliance, so that Congress can decide what, if anything, it can do. Everybody has an obligation here, Boeing, to be sure, but so does Congress. So the record I have, and I ask you, Mr. Muilenburg, did Boeing enter into a settlement agreement with FAA in an effort to resolve what were then multiple enforcement cases against Boeing that were either pending or under investigation? That was in 2015.
Congresswoman, I'm not familiar with the details of that, although I'm aware
I simply asked, did you
agreement.
enter into settlement agreement? Surely you know whether you entered into settlement agreements.
John,
I didn't ask you about the details.
Woman, that is correct. We did enter a settlement agreement in 2015.
Thank you. Is it also true that Boeing had to immediately pay $12 million into the U.S. Treasury as a result?
That is correct.
Continuing, is it true that Boeing faced up to $24 million in additional penalties through 2020 if certain conditions were not met?
Yes, Congresswoman, in working with the FAA, they were really looking for creating a long-standing agreement with us to build a good foundation on elevating compliance.
I'm just asking you about the $24 million.
And
My time is limited. In additional penalties through 2020 if the conditions were not met.
there was
Wasn't that the agreement?
There was
the
a
understanding?
deferred penalty. Yes, there was a deferred penalty.
Now, I'm just going to list quickly the obligations: improve management and accountability, internal auditing, supplier management, more stringent quality and timeliness of regulatory submissions, simplified specifications. I could go on. These, you surely understood that that was the agreement. Those were the agreement. Yet in designing and developing and manufacturing the 737 MAX, Boeing has run into issues, problems, characterize them as you will, in meeting the obligations in most of these categories. Would you agree, Mr. Muilenburg?
Congresswoman, we've identified many of those challenges through the MAX development program, and some of those are in the areas that...
And you've had issues in meeting them. Some of this has resulted in the problems that bring us here today.
Congresswoman, I can't give you any specific examples that link the two. I don't know, John, if you've got any
I didn't ask you
details on that?
Yeah, some of these agreements were agreements that you would make over the course of the 5 years. Each year, we provide a progress report to the FAA on our progress on that, and
Yeah.
there's still...
So I'm not saying you're not making progress, but I'm saying the issues, as you say, are in black and white.
There's still opportunity in the time remaining to meet all obligations of the settlement agreement.
Within the last decade, Boeing has had 2 worldwide groundings of relatively new airplanes, the 787 Dreamliner, the 737 MAX, and encountered many compliance issues in the time since Boeing paid that $12 million settlement payment, and I'm assuming it was paid. Has the FAA assessed any additional financial penalties on Boeing to the 2015 agreement?
No, we are not aware of any additional penalties.
Okay. Time of the general lady has expired. It would be first Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Muilenburg, are you aware of any aviation accident that can be attributed to a single factor?
Congressman, no. I think the history of aviation shows that these accidents they're very unfortunate, but in many cases they involve multiple factors.
Mr. Hamilton, you agree with that?
Yes, as Ranking Member Graves pointed out, James Reason's Swiss cheese model, all accidents are typically due to a number of contributing causes.
The Indonesian National Transportation Safety Committee recently issued its final report into the Lion Air 610 flight, finding 9 contributing factors for the crash. Other than the design of the aircraft, those factors include the miscalibration of sensors during repairs, a lack of flight and maintenance documentation, and failure by the flight crew to appropriately respond to an emergency situation. To quote one of the Indonesian flight investigators, the 9 factors have to happen together. If one of these 9 contributing factors did not happen, the crash would not have happened. Mr. Chairman, I have a copy of that report here and ask for unanimous consent that it be included in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Next on our side would be Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank our witnesses for being here. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put an opening statement in the record. Mr. Muilenburg, Mr. Mark Faulkner's position as Chief Technical Pilot on the 737 MAX was in place at the time of the accident. Who did he report to?
Congresswoman, he was an engineer in our commercial airplanes division. I'm not sure who he reported to directly, but he reported up through our engineering team. John, if you...
Actually, he was in the training department, so he worked through the training organization.
Okay, so there was a chain of command in some way?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. In March of 2016, he asked the FAA if it was okay to remove all references to the MCAS in the Flight Crew Operations Manual and training materials. When he made this request, was he acting on his own, outside the scope of what he was supposed to be doing as the Chief Technical Pilot?
Congresswoman, part of Mr. Faulkner's responsibility included discussions on training with the FAA, but that is a more than a single individual. There's a large team that does that work together with the FAA and other stakeholders. And typically they will discuss the contents of the training manual and make iterations on that manual over time to try to optimize it for the pilots.
Was there some way that it was called to his attention that this request was made, and what was the inside discussion?
Congresswoman, I apologize. I could not hear your question.
The first question you responded to, which is related to the second one, and that is when he made the request to remove all references to the MCAS in the Flight Crew Operations Manual and training materials. When he made that request, was he acting on his own? And you said that it was a number of people. So I am saying, was he just did he have any reprimand in any way for this request being made, or was it a group request?
Congresswoman, part of that discussion on whether to include MCAS in the training manual, that was an iterative process over several years. It included many people beyond Mr. Forkner. And typically what we do is we want to include in the training manuals the items that the pilots need to fly the airplane. I think Ranking Member Graves described it well earlier. We don't want to put more information in the training manual than required. We want to focus on the data or the information that's needed to fly the airplane. And so typically, over a multi-year time frame, we'll make decisions on whether to include things or not, depending on whether they meet our criteria for what's beneficial to the pilots.
Was he or anybody else in Boeing rewarded in any financial way for removing this requirement and making it simpler for you?
Congresswoman, no. That's part of our obligation. Our responsibility is to provide the best training manuals we can. I know the discussion around MCAS has included, there's been a lot of discussion around whether to include it or not. But again, our focus has been on provide the information the pilot needs to fly the airplane rather than the information that would be used to diagnose a failure. And that difference between flying the airplane and diagnosing a failure is a really important safety concept in our training manuals.
Well, do you recall any discussion that was made around anybody objecting to this decision to remove this MCAS from pilot training materials?
Congresswoman, I can't point you to a specific document, but I know there were discussions, debates on whether to include MCAS or not. That's part of our healthy engineering culture. We bring up ideas, we debate, we encourage that open discussion. That's how we ultimately optimize the content of the training manual.
Have you reconsidered the removal of this material from your training manual, operational manual? Have you had any discussion to reconsider removal of that material?
There were discussions and debates amongst the team. Again, that was happening during that multi-year time frame as MAX was being developed. I don't know, John, if you want to add to that.
No, I agree, but I would say since these accidents, we understand that pilots do want more information, and we are going to incorporate that in our flight crew training manual and flight crew operations manual.
It's been one of our key learnings.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. Just a quick interjection in reference to the single point of failure. I mean, there was Turkish 981 where a DC-10 went down because the rear cargo door blew out. There was US Air 427, the rudder problem that we had, which was a subject of hearings in this committee. Ultimately determined that the rudder hardovers, we had two of those, single point of failure. And then we had the jack screw on the Alaska flight. So there have been a number. And in this case, MCAS was a major factor. It wasn't the only factor. With that, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Chairman. My condolences to the family, too, and prayers. They should struggle through this very difficult time. On the MCAS, the sensor, my understanding is on the angle of attack sensors, there's actually two sensors, but only one was tied into the MCAS system. Is that correct?
Congressman, that's correct. Depending on sequencing of the flight control computers, one sensor would feed MCAS, but on different flights it could be either sensor, but one sensor at a time.
Okay, because one thing, I'm not a pilot. I fly obviously frequently, but you know, when my friend down here, Garrett Graves, talks about how important it is you can't just pull off the side of the road, and redundancy. So I don't know what you guys were thinking, because sensors, I know from my background in agriculture, a lot of times when we have problems, it's usually a sensor failure that, you know, shuts the system down because the sensor is failing. You just, an analogy. And an airplane, I think redundancy is really would be key. And so I think we've all learned a lesson there that we're going to not just depend on one sensor, correct? You've learned that?
Congressman, that's one of the lessons learned here. We tried to rely on a previous architecture. We've learned, and we're moving to a two-sensor architecture.
Now, the MCAS system, you know, I'm old school, I guess. Maybe my kids and my grandkids might see it different. But every once in a while, on stuff that I operate, on your phone or whatever, you have to reboot it. And so I have to agree with, I believe the chairman, but definitely the ranking member, Graves, talks about make sure we have the pilots be able to fly the plane. And in case, because I know these systems have added safety overall. You know, we've had less issues and tragedies because of the systems, but we've got to make sure humans have to be able to override it. So that's really concerning to me when I heard that Airbus doesn't have that ability to override. I think that's something FAA ought to be looking at. I don't know. That just raised a question with me. But pilot training, testing, and I know we talked about, you know, these two catastrophic accidents happened in Lion Air and, you know, Indonesia and Ethiopia. And my understanding is nothing against the pilots. I know they were trying to save their lives and everything, that's no doubt. But their training maybe wasn't what it should have been, the reports I've read. I guess if I was Boeing, a large manufacturer of very sophisticated pieces of equipment, aircraft, what was Boeing planning in the future? You sell these sophisticated aircraft around the world to make sure, other than just relying on their government regulators, because I think I would make sure that the people that are maintaining them, the people that are flying them, have the training and the knowledge and ability and continuing training. And so moving forward, because this is one area I think we can make sure we prevent things like this happening and not rely totally on the infrastructure itself, the asset itself, the technology itself, but make sure we got the human technology, the human behind that. So I guess hear your comments of going forward, what's Boeing going to do when they make these sales to make sure that you're confident that the people that maintain the aircraft and flying the aircraft have the training and ability, and what Boeing's role would be moving forward.
Congressman, I think you raise a very good point. In that broader area of comprehensive global aviation safety is an area where we're going to make additional investments going forward. An element of that is helping to build the talent pipeline. By most estimates, the world will need about 44,000 new commercial airplanes over the next 20 years and about 1.5 million new pilots and aviation technicians. So we have a responsibility to help build that talent pipeline. We're also going to take a look at the pilot-machine interface on our airplanes and designing that for the next generation as technology is rapidly evolving. We're investing heavily in that area, future flight deck design. We're also investing in additional simulation infrastructure around the world to provide additional training capacity, working with airline customers around the world. Those are just a few examples of what we're doing.
I'm just curious in the case of the two cases here, the Ethiopia and Lion Air, two cases, did you have simulators over there training, or how's that worked here in the past? What's been the involvement of Boeing?
John, are you aware of exactly what training capacity they have?
I'm not specifically aware what Ethiopia has from a simulator standpoint.
Congressman, if we could take that question, we'll follow up with the details there. I know we have a team that's locally engaged with both airlines, and we'll follow up with the details on simulation infrastructure.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because I think moving forward, we rely too much on our computers and all that, and we know that machines do break too. So I don't have time to yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, now turn to the chair of subcommittee, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Muilenburg, as we're looking forward prospectively, we need to do our job looking retrospectively a little bit to understand the certification process. That's been the focus of this committee's long-term investigation since March. And so I want to touch on that a little bit. You said today and you said yesterday at the Senate hearing that that's Boeing, we have made mistakes and we got some things wrong. Can you name 3 specific mistakes Boeing made in this process?
Congressman, I would point out implementation of the angle of attack disagree alert. We got that wrong up front. The implementation was a mistake, and we've subsequently fixed that going forward.
Second.
Secondly, we've learned about the MCAS architecture, the changes that we've already talked about. Clearly, we have some areas to improve there.
Third.
And thirdly, I would say in the broader area of communication, documentation across all of the stakeholders, and doing that in a efficient and comprehensive manner, we've identified some improvements we need to make there.
Can you identify individuals then who made these mistakes within Boeing?
Congressman, across all 3 of those areas, these are large teams that work together across our company, our supply chain. We have about 900 supplier companies that work in our 737 supply chain alone. The FAA, other global regulators, airlines. So in each of these 3 areas, there are broad integrated teams. There are no one individual that makes decisions within these. These generally are engineering teams that build consensus with all of the stakeholders.
So does that make this an organizational or a cultural problem as opposed to an individual problem that led to these mistakes?
Congressman, I think it's important from an accountability standpoint. My company and I are accountable. That accountability starts with me. And our board recently took some actions regarding my position.
I was going to ask, how have you been held accountable through this?
Yeah. So, Congressman, to your question, our board has recently taken some actions on my position, and I fully support that. That will allow me, again, to focus even more on safety in our internal operations, and these decisions are directed at safety. I have also taken some management actions. We know there are still a number of other reviews underway, and as those reviews are completed, if we need to take additional actions, we will, and those will be firm. And in some cases, they're not individual actions, but as you pointed out, they're organizational or structural actions, and these are equally important. And we've recently announced changes to our safety review board structures to elevate them and make them more transparent. I now receive weekly data reports, very detailed level on our safety review boards. We stood up a new safety organization under Beth Pastor. She now reports directly to our chief engineer, who reports to me instead of being down in the businesses. Our board has set up a new aerospace safety committee that is chaired by Admiral Giambastiani. Just Friday, we announced the addition of Admiral Richardson, who has a deep background in safety. He'll be a member of that committee. And then we've also realigned our entire engineering organization. Roughly 50,000 engineers now all report directly to our chief engineer, who reports to me. And again, this will create additional transparency, visibility, and independence, all with a focus on safety.
So I can't help but think when I hear that, and when I read the JATR report and read the NTSB recommendations from September and read the Indonesian accident investigation report, that there are changes that we need in how we certify aircraft and components in the FAA process, that what we have now went too far, and that we don't have a handle. We hold the FAA accountable. The FAA is supposed to then hold the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers, accountable. I'm not convinced, based on reading these reports and looking at Boeing's own actions, that that's being done adequately. And I'd like to hear your view on well, do you agree with me or not?
Congressman, we believe there are also improvements we can make to that process. And as you're very, very familiar with the delegated authority process, that process we do think is very important to fundamental safety. Broadly, it contributes to the 95% improvement in safety we've seen over the last 2 decades. But we need to make sure we have the balance right. And we support the reviews that have been announced on that. I think that.
Well, if I could, and I'll finish here, Mr. Chair. If the bookends on this are what former, acting Administrator Elwell said at one time, it would be $2 billion and 10,000 more inspectors. If that's one bookend, and the other bookend is what we have today, I think that we ought to be pulling out a book somewhere between those 2 bookends. Right now, we've gone too far. And with that, I yield back.
I thank gentlemen. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a matter of fact, I want to kind of add to what my colleague from the state of Washington was asking about, and it's about the certification process. There has, as he just asked, there's one bookend of what the FAA actually believes, could be done with billions more dollars in inspectors. We have the current certification process. I don't want to see a knee-jerk reaction here. Look, it breaks my heart and everybody's heart in this room to look over and see those pictures. And I know it does yours too. These are real people who were affected by tragic accidents that we're here to get answers from. But we also want to make sure that we don't see any more in rooms like this. I have many of my constituents who work at your facilities in St. Louis and in Mascoutah, Illinois. I know every one of those constituents that put on that Boeing uniform and go to work every day. It breaks their heart when they see accidents and tragedies like we've witnessed. They want to do the best job they can to put a safe plane in the air. They want to make sure no one cuts corners. So the certification process, tell us, so we don't have that knee-jerk reaction, what do you think the sweet spot is from those bookends that Mr. Larson was talking about?
Congressman, I applaud the focus on safety and people. As you point out, we always have to remember what we're doing here is providing safe travel for people around the globe, and lives depend on what we do, so we have to get it right. I think the certification system that we have today is a solid system that's been built up over decades. We have seen very significant improvements in safe travel over the last 2 decades. As I mentioned, about a 95% improvement. That is a result of the current certification system. So we need to maintain what's good in that current system. There's clearly a lot of goodness. I think we've identified a couple of areas where we could look at refinements. And one of the areas we talked about is standards, these long-standing industry standards around pilot-machine interface and the assumptions behind that. I think we're all eager to take a look at that as a potential area of reform. And I think as John has well pointed out, there are some aged regulations on the books that could be updated to represent current technology. And that would also be beneficial.
Well, that's good to hear, and I certainly hope all of us here, we as policymakers, can ensure that we don't have that knee-jerk reaction, because we all have the same goal. And there's nobody in this, probably not many more in the country that fly as much as we do. So we understand the safety of the aviation industry. But it's those instances where safety might have been compromised, which is why you're here. And I appreciate Boeing, I appreciate you admitting mistakes and talking about the administrative decisions that you're making as a team at Boeing to ensure that those mistakes aren't made in the future. We've seen some disturbing whistleblower complaints from former Boeing executives and workers about processes and the culture that may exist at certain facilities. What are you doing to address some of those to ensure that the culture at Boeing at all of their facilities is up to par with the facilities that I know my constituents work at in St. Louis and in Muscuda.
Congressman, you raise a very good point, and we want our employees to speak up. When they have concerns, issues, we want a culture where they're willing to speak up. So I encourage those reports. We want to hear what our employees' concerns are. We conduct surveys to bring those up as well, and we provide reporting channels where if employees want to bring up anonymous concerns, they can, and those get immediate follow-up action. And I think it's important when you take a look at those, the whistleblower complaints, other points that you've brought up, this is part of our culture of providing visibility on issues. That's how we get better as a company. And I can also tell you, as you know, I know the 150,000 people of Boeing. You know them from St. Louis and Muscuda. I know them as you do. These are honest, hardworking, dedicated people that know the work they do directly affects lives. And they want to do it right. And they want to do it with excellence. And we want a culture where people can bring up concerns. And my commitment, the culture of our company, I know John shares this, as does the rest of my team, is to be responsive to those inputs, to hear our employees, to take action, and to do that consistent with our values.
Well, I hope the message you take from today's hearing when you go back is thank you for the good job that many of your employees do on a daily basis, but we also expect results, and we want to see those results in all of your facilities. And my time is up. I yield back, and I thank you both for being here.
I thank gentlemen. Representative of California, Ms. Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our collective prayers are with the families on a tremendous loss, and I'm glad you're here showing us, keeping us aware of it. Mr. Muilenburg, my question regarding the FAA's Organization Delegation Authority Program, known as ODA, that allows your company to oversee certain FAA certification activities. The FAA's Boeing Aviation Safety Oversight Office, or BASU, not only oversees Boeing 737 MAX program, but it also oversees other Boeing commercial transport aircraft programs, including the 777 and 787 Dreamliner. There are approximately 45 FAA employees that work in BASU, but there are 1,500 Boeing employees that work in the organization ODA program. These Boeing employees have a dual role of working for Boeing and representing the government's interest through the FAA. Mr. Muilenburg, do you believe that having 45 FAA employees overseeing all of the critical safety decisions Boeing makes every day regarding commercial aircraft is adequate, yes or no?
Congresswoman, I can't give you what would be the exact right number. We do respect the FAA's oversight authority.
Well, she did, sir, she did ask for a yes or no answer. Do you believe that's an adequate number given the scope of their duties?
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer that specifically. Okay. I think that's the FAA's call. All I want to say is we fully support the FAA's oversight. We think strong oversight is part of what makes the system safe.
Thank you. I think the tragedy of Boeing 737 MAX doesn't just highlight cultural problems at Boeing regarding production pressures and Boeing's commitment to safety, but I think also highlighted a failure by the FAA to provide appropriate oversight of critical issues that impacted safety and ultimately led to the accidents on both Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines. I think the current oversight structure is a critical, very critical issue, and one that Congress is going to have to need to evaluate in the wake of these accidents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the remaining time to you.
Thank you, Ms. Napolitano. I want to return to the market pressures, the fact that you had to design a plane that was more economical and couldn't require pilot training. And I would refer to the first slide here is during an executive review of, unfortunately, it's an Air Ethiopian plane, talking about the MAX advantage. And there was just relentless pressure in the next slide, which is, no flight simulator required. We've had questions about the communications of your test pilot, and we have the polling from your own employees about the pressures. And there's going to be ultimately a determination whether you directly concealed, inadvertently concealed, provided in a fragmented manner. The full MCAS in its radical form, information to the regulators, and that's something we were also going to pursue with the regulators, what their understanding was. Let me just ask a quick question. You know, I know you know why we're here today. 346 people died on 2 airplanes in 5 months, and you know, you're helping us to try and delve into what we need to fix because we need to change the law. But part of this process really is taking full accountability for what went wrong for the death of 346 innocent people on 2 737 MAX flights. So my question is a simple one, and I hope you can give me a direct response. Who bears the principal responsibility at Boeing for the cascading events that resulted in the crash of Lion Air Flight 610 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302? I know that you've lost your board chair, you're still CEO, you still serve on the board. I did happen to look at your compensation last year. You received after that crash a $15 million bonus. What are the consequences? Who is taking principal responsibility? Who is going to be held accountable, fully accountable? I know you fired one person.
Mr. Chairman, my company and I are responsible. We're responsible for our airplanes. And we know there are things we need to improve. We own that. We're going to fix it, and we are responsible. I am responsible. Okay. I'm also accountable.
All right.
And I described the actions that we took earlier. And as additional reviews are completed, as additional studies are completed, we'll take additional action. But I am accountable. My company is accountable. The flying public deserves safe airplanes. That is our business.
Thank you. Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to pick up where the chairman left off with the no flight simulator required slide. I'm a lawyer, I'm not an engineer, but I don't understand the regulatory distinction between a derivative type and a new type. Is the requirement of a new flight simulator a disqualifier to fit in under a derivative certificate?
Now, let me explain. The 737 is a family of airplanes. It is one of the safest family of airplanes flying in the world today. And many pilots will fly an NG first flight in the morning. They could fly a MAX as the second flight of the day, back in the NG on the third flight of the day. And so one of the market requirements that the customers want is to be able to make it a seamless transition from an NG to a MAX.
Well, let me go back then, because New York Times reported in 2011 as competition grew with Airbus that it was Boeing's position that we didn't want a derivative type, that it was a brand new clean sheet design that is what customers wanted. And so was the presumption at that time that you were going to do a brand new clean sheet design, going to create a brand new type certificate, and no new flight simulator was going to be required?
Congressman, I was actually the chief engineer of the 737 at that time, and we had actually had product studies, as we normally do, looking at re-engineering since 2007. We also had a product development organization that was looking at a new airplane, and just like any good company, we were looking at both options and competing them internally about what made sense to bring to the market. At the end of the day, what the customers really wanted was to have an airplane they could seamlessly transition from their 737s into this future airplane.
Well, when we talk about who takes responsibility, candidly, I'm concerned that we may have created a regulatory environment that makes it so difficult for you to get a new type certificate that you try to stuff all of these changes that should never be stuffed in under a derivative certificate. But what you're telling me is, no, it's your customers who demand that you get derivative certificates, and we, from a regulatory perspective, are not complicit in making it too hard to declare that new model.
I would say that a derivative type cert is not necessarily any easier than a new type cert is. I think someone alluded to, we took over 5 years to do the derivative type cert, which is very consistent with what we do for a new type cert. So they're actually very complementary. And if you look at the MAX's certification, it was very comprehensive.
So when we go back to the IG's report that quotes an FAA official as saying the 737 MAX is not a simple derivative of its previous models, it is a very complex modification incorporating many new and novel features. Boeing is doing everything it can to be exempt from the new certification rules and keep the aircraft the same type rating with minimal training differences. That has nothing to do with the length of the approval process. That has everything to do with the economic pressures Boeing is under to meet customer demand of pilot similarity in a continuing model.
Yeah, the MAX was, with engine technology, we determined that we could get the same amount of fuel efficiency, the same amount of carbon dioxide reductions, the same amount of noise reductions that we pretty much could with a new new airplane. And it was a desire from the customers. So yes, it informed some of the decisions we made, but it wasn't about how we approached certification. It was about design choices we made.
Let's go back to the FAA partnership then, because I appreciate what you said yesterday in your Senate testimony, Mr. Muilenburg, about ODA making American aviation and world aviation safer. I believe that to be true, and I very much worry that in every tragedy, the tendency is to swing the pendulum back too far the other direction. When an FAA official says the MAX is not a simple derivative, it is a very complex modification. It does incorporate new and novel features. What role does Boeing have in requiring the FAA to go ahead and sign off on that derivative type instead of saying, no, we've now looked at your engineering. This is not a derivative type. You must go back and begin this process again. Is ODA implemented in FAA's decision of whether to certify a new type or not?
Congressman, I used to run the ODA, and I was actually leading the ODA at the time. This is not an ODA function at all. This is Boeing as the applicant, as the OEM. We go discuss with the FAA what the certification basis should be for the airplane. And ultimately it's the FAA's decision. They set the requirement, they set the cert basis, and then we as a company, as the applicant, we have to follow that. It's not an ODA function at all in establishing the cert basis.
I hope we'll bring those FAA officials in, Mr. Chairman, so that we can ask that question, because that is the point of failure, as there's a point of failure in this regulatory process. I yield back.
I thank gentlemen. Mr. Lipinski is next.
This is not a court, and this is not a criminal hearing, but 346 people died in 2 crashes of Boeing 737 MAX planes that should not have been certified to fly by the FAA. I said at a hearing earlier this year, something went wrong in the certification process of this plane. Either the FAA certification process itself is at fault, Boeing is at fault in their role in the process, or both. After I made this statement, I was upbraided by some in the industry for questioning the process. But this committee has a responsibility to get to the bottom of what went wrong in the certification process for the 737 MAX. So we can make changes to that process and assure the public, especially those in this audience and everyone who lost loved ones, assure them that they will not be flying in unsafe planes again. Now, we're sitting here and we heard about accountability. I'm not sure what accountability means. If accountability means, Mr. Muilenburg, you received a $15 million bonus after these planes crashed. I'm not sure who's been held accountable here for this. 2 planes crashed, even after the first plane crashed. I still don't really understand how you have, I'm an engineer, but I'm asking a lot of questions back here, people who are more expert than me. I don't understand how you have a single point of failure. Chairman DeFazio went through that, but it was raised, as the chairman mentioned. There's also another case, there was a internal ethics complaint that alleged that a engineer said that recommended the synthetic airspeed system be put in, which is in the 787 Dreamliner, and was rebuffed because of, quote, cost and potential pilot training impact. Mistakes being made is a lot of reasons mistakes are made. The problem, the bigger problem, if mistakes were made for financial reasons, and there's a lot of things that seem to point to that in this whole process, and that's what is so concerning. And how did that happen in Boeing? How did Boeing allow that to happen? How did the certification process allow that to happen? In order to get a new type certificate, it takes generally a longer amount of time. I mean, I think most people will agree, Mr. Hamilton, it takes a longer amount of time. It also risks having, most likely you're going to have require pilot training. So all these point back to ways of saving money. And that is a big problem. How do we stop that? Now, I want to ask, the JADR team found that MCAS was not evaluated, and this is something I was listening to Senate testimony yesterday, Mr. Muilenburg, and you didn't seem to agree with this. I'm going to get what you say here. JADR team found that MCAS was not evaluated as a complete and integrated function in the certification documents that were submitted to the FAA. Is that true?
Congressman, the MCAS system was certified with the FAA.
Was it evaluated as a complete and integrated function, or was it step-by-step without ever having the FAA look at it as a complete and integrated system? Because that's what's the important piece of this.
I think what the JADR report points out, and this is an area where we support further looks as well, is when we think about what we call cross-system integration and how we do certification of that. So, for example, a multiple failure mode analysis, high pilot workload conditions. We do think that's an area where we want to look more deeply. The MCAS system and the MAX were certified to our current standards for how we do those analyses. But as the JADR points out,
it was a completely different. It was a very different system. I think that's very, very important. It's something that FAA should have required. I think it should have been provided. But in my last few seconds here, I want to ask: as the 737 MAX re-enters service, will Boeing require airlines to conduct simulator training on MCAS for all pilots?
Congressman, those decisions are the purview of the regulatory authorities around the world, and we will respect
will Boeing lose
their decisions.
Will Boeing have to give money back to any of the airlines if that's the case?
Congressman, money doesn't factor into this decision. It's about safety. So we.
But if it's in the contract, that's a question. My time's up.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Kecko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all my colleagues for all these questions today. In my previous life, I was a organized crime prosecutor and routinely had to sit with victims and victims' families more often. And the pain I see on your faces is exactly the pain I saw on those victims' faces. So I just want to recognize that and I hope you understand we are taking this very, very seriously. And I understand, Mr. Muilenburg, last night that you had an opportunity to meet with the victims' families. I know it always had a huge impact on me and how I carried out my cases, and it motivated me to do better and to get to the bottom of the problem. So I want to hear what it was like for you and what was discussed.
Congressman, I want to respect the privacy of the families, but I can perhaps, if you allow me, just broadly describe our discussion. We wanted to listen, and each of the families told us the stories about the lives that were lost, and those were heartbreaking. I'll never forget that. So we talked about their stories. We listened. And we further into the conversation, talked about safety, talked about changes, talked about what my company has learned, what I've learned. We talked about our commitment to never letting this happen again, to preventing any future accidents like this. That was one thing I wanted to convey to the families. But these stories, they're always going to be with us, and I wish we could change that. And all we can do is we have to remember these people. It brought me back to remembering that lives literally depend on what we do at the Boeing company. That's why I came to this company as a farm kid from Iowa, right? That's what I wanted to work on. And these stories brought that all back.
Well,
so we're never going to forget that, and the commitments we shared with the families and working in their communities going forward, that's very important to us, and we're going to follow up.
I can tell you, I've never forgot any of those conversations with the victims of murder victims and what have you, their families. I can remember it like it was yesterday, and I hope you remember that and it motivates you and your company going forward to do better than you've done. Mr. Hamilton, from an engineering standpoint, I want to switch gears a bit. My colleagues have done a terrific job of asking about this particular issue, but I'm concerned about other things with respect to air safety as well. And through my work on Homeland Security, I'm in my chairmanship of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, very, very, very concerned about supply chain anywhere in public transit. We made a lot of noise in this committee about what New York City was doing with their subway systems, and we made noise with Metro here as well. And so I'm concerned to know what you're doing to ensure that the supply chain is good and is sound, and you're not getting it from bad actors, and also what you're doing to ensure that the ever-spreading and ever-metastasizing cybersecurity problem doesn't infect the airlines themselves.
Certainly. We do have a global supply chain, and we carefully do audits of our suppliers, determine, first of all, should we get something from that supplier or not. And then we have robust follow-up processes, both looking at their quality controls, their producibility, and oversight of our supply chain. And this is one of the things that the FAA has asked us to strengthen, and we are doing that. We've taken some actions on that as well. Every day we get reports in on how the suppliers are doing and whether or not we need to invest and put more actions to improve their operations. Do you want to talk cybersecurity overall?
Yeah, in addition to that, as John well pointed out, we've got about 12,000 companies in our supply chain here in the U.S., mostly mid and small-sized businesses. So in many cases, we assist them with their cybersecurity infrastructure as well. That's a very important infrastructure to us across our Boeing enterprise. And my CIO, who reports directly to me, is responsible for that. We also have a continuous effort on the cybersecurity of not only our systems, but our products. So cyber hardening our airplanes for the future, ensuring that nobody can gain access to those airplanes is a very important safety design principle for us. And our engineering team spends time on that every day.
Thank you very much. I'm out of time. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
With that, I recognize Representative Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hamilton, on the 30th of March in 2016, Boeing asked the FAA if it was okay to remove all references to MCAS from the Flight Crew Operations Manual and training material. That request was based in part on Boeing's representation that MCAS, quote, only operates way outside of the normal operating envelope. Is that not true?
I believe that is true, that I can't verify the date, but I believe what you're saying is true.
So let me suggest this to you, or ask you. On March the 30th, about the same day, Boeing's chief technical pilot at the time, Mark Faulkner, emailed the FAA with the following request. Are you okay with us removing all references to MCAS from the operating manual and the training as we discussed, as it's completely transparent to the flight crew and only operates way outside of the normal operating envelope? The normal operating envelope being the term that flight conditions a commercial airline passenger might reasonably experience. Is that correct?
As Mr. Muilenburg has discussed, it's an iterative process that we go back and forth with the FAA, what needs to be in the training manual, what doesn't. And collectively, the FAA and Boeing reached an agreement that the description of the MCAS did not need to be in the training manual.
And Mr. Faulkner requested that, is that correct?
Yes, and Mr. Faulkner's role as chief technical pilot would be the prime interface with the FAA on that.
So he said it was way outside the normal operating envelope, talking about conditions or airplane maneuvers that are beyond what a commercial airline passenger would normally experience, right? That's right, isn't it, Mr. Hamilton? That Mr. Faulkner said that it was outside the normal procedures. You normally wouldn't have that occur on a commercial airline.
He's referring to the MCAS envelope being outside?
Yeah, MCAS should have been transparent to the pilots and assist them only as they approached what we refer to as high alpha or high attitude type conditions.
All right. MCAS didn't activate outside the normal operating envelope on Lion Air. In fact, MCAS activated within the normal operating envelope on that flight. Is that not correct?
Yes, MCAS reacted to a faulty sensor input and operated as it was designed, yeah.
So Captain Faulkner repeated this representation to the FAA as late as January of 2017 after Boeing had changed MCAS to operate at lower speeds and just a few short months before the FAA finally certified the plane. In a recently released email exchange in which he was discussing changes that were needed for MAX pilot training, he reminded the FAA, quote, delete MCAS. Recall we decided we weren't going to cover it in the flight operating manual or the CBT since it's way outside the normal operating envelope. That's get it out of the flight crew operations manual and outside the computer-based training. In hindsight, would you not agree that Captain Faulkner either one, did not understand, two, downplayed, or at worst, three, concealed the fact that under a scenario that known to Boeing, the failure of a single angle of attack sensor, MCAS could activate within the normal operating envelope?
Again, I was not part of those conversations. I think that was part of leading up to the Fleet Standardization Board meeting and understanding what needed to be presented in that meeting.
You might not have been a part of it, but you're an expert, you're an engineer, you're a vice president of Boeing.
That's correct.
Would you not agree in hindsight that Faulkner either did not understand, downplayed it, or concealed a fact that under a scenario known to Boeing, failed to talk to MCAS to act about what would go on?
Congressman...
Mr. Hamilton, would you answer my question?
Absolutely. Congressman, I don't know what was going through Captain Faulkner's mind. What he knew, what he didn't know, I don't want to speculate on that.
Mr. Muilenburg, do you want us to respond?
Congressman, the only point I was adding is that the MCAS is originally designed. The idea is for it to operate outside the normal envelope, and then the extension to the low-speed envelope, which I think you were referring to, again, that was something that was tested and certified with the FAA from roughly mid-2016 to early 2017.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Muilenburg. You said you're accountable. What does accountability mean? Are you taking a cut and pay? Are you working for free from now on until you can cure this problem? These people's relatives are not coming back. They're gone. Your salary's still on. Is anybody at Boeing taking a cut or working for free to try to rectify this problem like the Japanese would do?
Congressman, it's not about the money for me. That's not why I came.
Are you giving up any money?
Congressman, my board will conduct a comprehensive review.
So you're saying you're not giving up any compensation at all. You're continuing to work and make $30 million a year after this horrific 2 accidents that caused all these people's relatives to go, to disappear, to die. You're not taking a cut and pay at all?
Congressman, again, our board will make those determinations.
You're not accountable then. You're saying the board's accountable.
Congressman, I am accountable, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. With that, we turn to Representative Graves.
Mr. Muilenburg, did you fly on a 737 MAX prior to these disasters?
Congressman, I don't recall flying on a MAX prior to, no.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how many times?
I don't recall the exact number, no.
Once, 10 times, any ballpark?
It was probably, I could count on one hand.
I flew on one, I don't know how many times, but I know at least once before. My point is that I'm there are all sorts of things that have come out, including the text messages and other things that some folks have said this is a smoking gun. I'm going to assume that you all wouldn't have ridden on an airplane if you believed that something was wrong. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes.
All right. So here's where I want to transition. All right. So I talked earlier about all the reports that I did from memory. I think the only one I left out was the Department of Transportation's Inspector General report. We've got outcomes of a number of reports, including NTSB, Indonesian Airline. We've got the Boeing board and others that have come out. How do we know that this new process is actually going to have the integrity to where you don't just feel it's right, FAA doesn't just feel it's right, that it actually is right? Does that question make sense?
When you say new process, Congressman.
So my point is that before you flew, I flew.
Yeah.
We all believed that it was right. Now we're potentially going to unground this craft at some point. How do we know that this new process is actually going to work and yield the right outcome?
You know, I would say that, number one, the software changes we're making are going to prevent pilots from ever being in this condition again. But also, the FAA is doing a very robust, thorough review of all our documentation, of all our testing, and that's partially why it's taking us long. But I feel that very confidently that when we get through this, the FAA will clearly say that this airplane is safe.
As I mentioned, you've got outcomes, at least preliminary outcomes from NTSB, Indonesian Air, from Boeing board, and others. Based on what you've seen so far, are there any of these expert recommendations that you disagree with?
You know, I think the NTSB recommendations, the JADA recommendations, they're all, and even the Indonesians' recommendations, I think, you know, we're still reviewing all of them, but I would say after my initial look at them, I think there are some very good recommendations, and we're looking forward to working with the FAA and the industry to address those, yes.
Are you implementing those recommendations now on your efforts on the 777X as it goes through certification?
I would say absolutely, based on the lessons learned that coming out of the MAX, we are absolutely applying those to the 777-9. Some of the recommendations, though, we need to work with the FAA on how they want to respond to some of those.
I would appreciate if you can come back to the committee after looking through some of the recommendations of NTSB and others, and advise us of any recommendations that you do not concur with. Secondly, if you could provide the committee and follow up with just helping us to better understand what changes Boeing is making. And look, I understand, you're part of the system. The airlines play an important role, the FAA plays an important role in others. But what changes you're making to where you felt it was right before, and making sure that the changes. Lastly, I was going through 5 recommendations from some of the families, and I want to ask that you follow back up with us. Publicly disclose the MCAS fix, clearly define the utility of MCAS, address the concern of the culture within Boeing that might have been prioritizing the wrong things, ensuring that there were not efforts to conceal the MCAS and its role, which I think goes back to defining, and also ensuring that the entire plane is viewed as an integrated system as opposed to components individually that may not recognize sort of their role in the larger system.
Congressman, we'll follow up on all those.
Thank you very much. Yield back.
We're going to recognize, what? Yeah. One more member, and then the panel has requested a break, which I think is quite reasonable, of 15 minutes. So I'll recognize Representative Sears, and then we will have a 15-minute break, and then we'll return.
Chairman, Thank you for holding this hearing. It's very important. Mr. Muilenburg, in the spring and summer of 2018, did the former general manager of the 737 program ever raise safety concerns with you about production pressure on Boeing's employees who were involved in the final assembly of the 737 MAX at Boeing's Renton, Washington facility? Yes or no?
Congressman, yes, I'm aware of some concerns that were raised in that time period.
Okay. I'd like to read from an email that was sent to the general manager of the 737 program in June 2018, 4 months before the Lion crash, and 2 months before the plane was delivered to Lions Air. The email comes from a senior manager on the final assembly team for the 737 MAX, and it reads like this: I have some safety concerns that I need to share with you as the leader of the 737 program. He wrote, today we have 38 unfinished airplanes located outside the factory. The following concerns are based on my own observations and 30 years of aviation safety experience. My first concern, he states, is that our workforce is exhausted. Employees are fatigued from having to work at a very high pace for an extended period of time. Fatigued employees make mistakes. My second concern is schedule pressure in creating a culture where employees are either deliberately or unconsciously circumventing established processes. These processes breakdowns come in a variety of forms, adversely impacting quality. Frankly, right now, all my internal warnings bells are going off. And for the first time in my life, I am sorry to say that I am hesitant about putting my family on a Boeing airplane. The employee was so concerned that he recommended shutting down the production. And he states, I don't make this recommendation lightly, he wrote. I know this would take a lot of planning, but the alternative of rushing to build is far riskier. Nothing we do is so important that it's worth hurting someone. Mr. Muilenburg, I know this employee also wrote to you personally in December 2018 after the Lion air crash, as he spoke with Boeing's assistant general counsel several times after that. My question is, what have you done to ensure the safety issues Boeing employees raise are properly addressed? I mean, you went through before a whole litany of what you do with employees. It seems that this one must have escaped somewhere.
Yeah, Congressman, I'm familiar with that last communication that you referenced, where the employee sent, or I believe he was a previous employee, a retired employee.
He's retired, yes. He went on to retire after 30 years.
I recall his email, and we did have several follow-up sessions with him. I told him I appreciated the fact that he brought up those issues and concerns. We do know that our team, who at that point was running a production line that was operating at 52 737s a month, it was a high-rate line at that point, as we had been ramping up production from 42 to 47.
So what did you do about it?
We took a number of actions on taking a look at each of the work locations within the factory, each of the production stops. We implemented some additional quality checkpoints in the process. We also just took a look at his concerns, because he was not actually in the factory at that point, but he raised some good concerns. So we went back and took a look at his concerns, and in some cases we identified areas where we thought his issues had already been addressed, and we provided that information back to him. But this is part of our continuous process in our factories. It's very, very important that we set up a culture where, again, safety is first in the factories, and that comes with quality, as you well pointed out. And safe work is also work that's done in position. And that's one of the big focus areas for us. What happens in high-rate factories like ours, if in the production factory, if you have work that gets behind and it gets out of position, that's when injuries can happen. So our objective is to make sure work can happen in position. That's a safer work environment. And that's an area where we've been very, very focused in our safety efforts, and we will continue to be. So we take those inputs seriously. We evaluated them, we responded, and we're continuing to take action.
My time is up, and I thank you.
Just one quick follow-up. Did you reduce the rate of production at that point in time, given his concerns, from 52?
Congressman, we're currently running the 737 line
No,
at
at that
42.
time, at that time, did you reduce it,
Sir,
given the concerns he expressed?
Sir, we did not change the production
Okay.
rate.
All right,
Again,
thank you.
I think it's very important that when you change production rate in a line like ours, any change, up or down.
Sure, I understand there's a whole supply chain, that's good.
Stability is preferred.
If you want your 15 minutes, we're going to have to break now. So we will recess the committee for 15 minutes. side, right? So Representative Babin.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I'd like to join the others in acknowledging those in attendance here today, lost loved ones in the accidents, and offer my very sincerest condolences to you. And thank you for being here today. In the interest of time, I'd like to get right to it. Instead of directing my questions to one of you specifically, I'd like to address these to both of you and let you decide who's best fit to answer. I think there's a feeling out there that after the Lion Air crash in Indonesia, Boeing sat back and did nothing in terms of addressing the causes of the accident. And since the second crash in Ethiopia, we've heard a lot from Boeing and the rest of the industry about how the information gleaned from these tragic accidents helped to ensure that they are not repeated. With that in mind, what did Boeing do after the Lion Air crash to ensure that those circumstances were not repeated? And do you have any specific examples of lessons learned that you can share with all of us that have positively impacted the entire commercial aviation arena beyond just Boeing or the MAX specifically? If you can give that to me, one of you, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Congressman, I'm going to ask Mr. Hamilton to answer that.
Okay.
If I could just very quickly, I also need to correct a statement I made on a question from Congressman Cirrus where he referenced a concern that had been brought up by a retired employee. I responded to a question about whether the Vice President GM of the program had talked to me, and I said yes to that. That was incorrect. My initial reception of that input was direct from the employee, and I just wanted to clarify that to make sure it was right. We did follow up, and I referenced several actions that were ongoing in our factory concurrently, and the letter from the employee addressed several of those topic areas, but I just wanted to clarify that was separate from the actions that we were taking. And
Okay,
John, if
thank you.
could
Yeah, just very, very quickly, Mr. Hamilton, because I've got some other things I want to say.
Certainly. In my previous role, I led our accident investigation teams to some of the accident sites, including some of the ones that the chairman announced earlier, and I've led corrective actions. In the hours following Lion Air accident, we convened a group of experts from around the company and started postulating on what possibly could have happened given the limited data that was available. We quickly identified that this MCAS activation could have been a scenario. We started running that through our labs, running scenario planning, and once the flight data recorder came up later in the week and then verified what we had, we started working on a software change immediately to start working that.
Okay.
We separately convened a safety board and determined that that was not enough, just the software change, to mitigate the risk, and we determined that while the captain of Lion Air was trimming out the airplane as it was getting MCAS, when he handed over the control, it didn't quite follow the assumptions that we had based the design on. So we knew we needed to put an operation manual bulletin out to remind crews.
Okay, let me interrupt you because I've got some other things I want to have. But I think I'll just submit those for the record, but I do want to use my remaining time to be perfectly clear about something. As unfortunate as these tragedies are, systems sometimes fail, and we will continue to learn from them until they don't fail. In the meantime, we need highly trained humans in the loop to make judgment calls when things go awry. That means ensuring that the operators of these complex systems know how to triage problems in order to put a plane safely on the ground in the case of an emergency. The day before the Lion Air crash, when the identical problem occurred, an off-duty pilot riding in the cockpit correctly identified the problem and guided the crew to disable the MCAS and save the airplane. Let me be clear, this plane absolutely should not have been in the air on October the 29th in 2018, another human error. But this is an indicator that a well-trained crew potentially could have averted this disaster. And all that to say that there are plenty of things that Boeing should have done better, also human errors. And I'm sorry to say that even on this committee, there are those who claim that Boeing's decisions are made only with the almighty dollar in mind. Are we under the illusion that Boeing makes money when tragedies like these occur? Hard to imagine that Boeing would intentionally suppress information that would make the public safer and their product ultimately better. We should be using these opportunities to seek out solutions, not trying to hang blame on a company that has as much desire to keep their passengers safe as we do. Let's not forget that more than 5 million people fly safely on Boeing planes every single day. We must be very careful not to erode American leadership when it comes to safety in aviation. America is unquestionably the gold standard when it comes to commercial aviation, and Boeing has played a major role in getting us to that point. And just for the record, I serve no parochial interest in Boeing's commercial aviation program in my district, 36 in the state of Texas. So I would yield back and I will submit my further questions then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Muilenburg, since you just made a clarification about your response to Representative Series, I just want to get this straight. You heard directly from this individual, the individual who 4 months before Lion Air said that he was hesitant about putting his family on a Boeing airplane after he complained about schedule pressure, exhausted workforce, et cetera. He corresponded with you directly?
Congressman, as I recall, it was via a letter that I received. I'm not sure if it was electronic or physical, but it was via a letter from him. I didn't talk to him.
Right, and in response to my follow-up, you said you didn't reduce production at that point in time, despite having an exhausted workforce, despite all the other concerns he raised. You didn't reduce production because you're concerned about your supply chain. Now, this just reflect on this for a second. You talked about your upbringing, modest upbringing, but now you're a very highly paid CEO of a vaunted American institution, the Boeing Company. And as Mr. Cohen pointed out, and I pointed out at the beginning, after Lion Air, you get a $15 million bonus. And you say people are being held accountable. This gentleman quit the company after 30 years in the industry because his concerns weren't being addressed, but you're leading us to believe that they were significantly addressed. I'm sorry, I just don't buy that. And with that, I recognize Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Yarmani. John, sorry.
No need. You were carrying on a line of questions that I want to pursue. Mr. Muilenburg, you're the Chief Executive Officer. Do you set the pace for the company? Do you set the standards? Do you set the purpose and goal for the company?
Congressman, that's part of my responsibility.
So the answer is yes, you do those things.
Yes, sir.
Good. And as the chairman just said, did you receive a $30 million remuneration from the company in 2018? Stock, wages, et cetera?
Congressman, I recall my salary was roughly $23 million that year.
Then I suppose this is incorrect. Came from Seattle Times. It says $30 million. You have at least 3 employees that have left the company: Adam Dickinson, Rick Liddick, and also a whistleblower in Charlotte, all of which said the company's goal is profit over quality. Are they correct?
Those comments are not accurate.
Then what is the company's standard for quality over profit?
Our core values as a company, top of that list: safety, quality, and integrity.
I see. So in 2016, when Boeing started asking for time and cost reductions as part of the manager's performance evaluation, the gentleman that said that, Mr. Dickinson, is he incorrect? That is not what happened in 2016?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with the specific communication, but it is true that we incentivize our team to perform from a cost and schedule standpoint as well.
Is that contrary to quality and safety?
Congressman, no, it's not.
So which is most important?
Most important, clearly, safety comes first.
And we have the
quality.
737 MAX to prove that that is incorrect?
Congressman, I disagree with that premise respectfully. It's very true that we operate in a competitive environment around the world. We're the last remaining big commercial airplane builder in the U.S. It is a competitive environment.
And you are the most recent to have lost 2 airplanes and 346 people dying as a result of a problem with your quality and your airplane. Is that correct?
Congressman, as I said, safety and quality are our top priorities, and safety and quality go hand in hand with operational
Would you
excellence.
like to talk to me about the quality of the KC-46? Would you like to go into detail about the abject lack of quality in an airplane that the U.S. government is purchasing or wants to purchase from you, the KC-46? You want to talk about the boom? You want to talk about the inability to keep cargo in place? Shall we talk about the quality there? Or would you like to talk about the quality of the Dreamliner?
Congressman, I agree that we've had some improvements to make on quality.
You have a systemic problem in your company. You are reaching for profit, which incidentally was very, very significant in 2018. Was it not? $15 billion of cash, plus a significant increase in the profit. You're driving profit. You're not driving quality, and you're sure as heck not driving safety.
Congressman?
I just gave you 3 examples.
Congressman, I disagree with your premise. Our business model is safe airplanes. That's the only sustainable business model for Boeing. We work in a long cycle business. It takes 5 to 10 years to bring a new product to the market. When those products come to market, they are typically used by our customers for decades, both military and commercial customers. The only sustainable business model for our company is safety. That's what we're built on. That's why we've lasted 103 years. That's why we're the only U.S. builder of big commercial airplanes remaining today.
3 of your principal product lines, the MAX, 737 MAX, the KC-46, and the Dreamliner all have quality issues. They certainly the case of the MAX, they have a serious safety issue. And I would posit the reality that you are pushing profits over quality and safety in those 3 examples of 3 of your main product lines. And I see I'm out of time, so I have to yield back.
I thank the gentleman. And now I would turn to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking about 346 lives here, and we refer to it as an accident. It's not an accident. It reflects a failure. It reflects multiple failures. I think we need to stop talking about accident. It's a tragedy. Accidents are mistakes on the road that people make a bad choice and there's a fender bender. This is far from that. Safety begins at design. That's where it starts. I've met individually with the FAA, the safety people there. I've met with some of your folks, as you're well aware. And here's one of the things that troubles me. The word assume was used way too often for my comfort level. I was CEO of a business, much smaller than yours. We didn't build aircraft. Making assumptions, we know the old saying about assume. We won't use it here, it's probably convincing you, but we know what it means. You've talked about changing your culture. I've challenged the FAA to change how they approach things, and when they're dealing with assumptions, they have a separate team, what I refer to as a red team or something, to test the assumptions. The worst thing in the world are assumptions. You've talked about restructuring your team and what you're doing with safety. Who's going to test assumptions in your organization, given that assumptions kill people?
Congressman, that's a responsibility that I count on for what we call our engineering function. So as we've recently announced, we've realigned all of our engineers to report directly to chief engineer as opposed to the programs.
Let me stop because time's limited. I appreciate it, but unless you have a separate group doing that independently, outside of the other decision-making, literally there's pollution there. There's impact on that. They've got to do it totally independently. How are you doing that? Or are you doing that?
Congressman, in addition to the realignment internally, typically in all of our design programs, we bring in external experts. We often bring in senior advisory groups. We'll bring in what we call non-advocate groups. Sometimes we'll tap a team from another part of Boeing to do what we call a non-advocate review of other parts of Boeing to get cross-checks. So we use resources from a number of different areas.
I'd ask, if you would, that for the sake of the committee here, that you explain how it is you're going to go forward with testing your assumptions in light of where we're at now, not how it's been in the past. What are we going to do about it? Because we have to look forward. We have to look forward based upon the experience you've had. And I would challenge that assumptions in the FAA, they assumed MCAS, said to me, MCAS was going to operate in the background. Well, it certainly didn't when things went awry. And in the circumstance we had, it wasn't in the background. It was pretty much in the foreground. Question for you, additional question real quickly, if I can. The March 4, 2014 slide that was shown earlier about the commonality between the NG and the MAX, it said 2 days or less of training would be required. The problem with that is that MCAS wasn't referenced in the training manual, so it just didn't matter, right? It wasn't in the training.
Congressman, again, the training was focused on trying to respond to the effects of a failed MCAS, which is what we call a runaway stabilizer.
But that's what we got.
Training, and that is what is included in the training, is how the pilot will respond to a runaway stabilizer.
Well, that wasn't in the manual, nor was it, based on talking with a variety of the pilots, was it covered prior to the Lion Air crash. So, in fact, they didn't know it was there. How do you train on something you don't know is there, that hasn't said up front, here's what's going to happen under these circumstances? How do you train for that? You don't.
Congressman, as I mentioned, one of the things we've learned is we need to provide more MCAS documentation, which we're doing. The intent was that the training for MCAS was to train on the failure mode, runaway stabilizer, as opposed to training on diagnosing the system itself. But we have learned that we need to provide more information on MCAS, and that's what we're doing going forward.
Let me, in the last 50 seconds or so I have, I'm not operating on the basis that profit is somehow evil. I was a CEO of a private profit company. I don't believe that incentivized Boeing to do things that are adverse. I think you had competitive pressures you were dealing with from Airbus. It had an impact. I don't care about your or any management team's bonuses. What you're compensated is up to your board. I will say again, it was a much smaller company I was CEO of. But if I was CEO of a company that I led into, I was responsible for it, that was mine, and in this set of circumstances, and I owned 38% of the company, I would be submitting my letter of resignation to the board of directors because I'm responsible for it ultimately. So I have one last question. It's a simple yes or no, Mr. Muilenburg. Have you submitted or offered your letter of resignation to your board of directors?
Congressman, I have not. I'm responsible. These two accidents happened on my watch. I feel responsible to see this through. As I mentioned earlier, I grew up on a farm in Iowa. My dad taught me that you don't run away from challenges. And this is a challenging situation. My responsibility is to stick to it and to help our team work through it and to get Boeing ready for the future. I feel a keen sense of responsibility to do that, and I'm confident that that's what we're going to do as a company.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson would be next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the families affected by these two tragedies. Looking at the faces of the deceased, their lively, smiling faces, I'm deeply saddened that they are no longer with you, but my sadness can in no way match the grief that you must feel, and thank you all for being here. Mr. Muilenburg, I trust you would agree that the crews of Lion Air Flight 610 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 were faced with multiple alerts and indications during the accident sequences, correct?
Congressman, my understanding of the accidents is that's correct.
And you would agree that they received airspeed disagree indicators, correct?
Congressman, I believe, from what we understand, they had airspeed disagree as well as other flight deck alerts occurring.
altitude disagree indications, correct?
That and also I believe stick shaker alerts as well.
Mm-hmm. And you would agree that they received various other cautions and warnings during that period, correct?
Congressman, that's my understanding, yes.
The National Transportation Safety Board reported in October in reference to these tragedies that, quote, multiple alerts and indications can increase pilots' workload, end quote. Do you agree with that statement?
Congressman, yes, that statement makes sense, yes.
And the NTSB further observed that, quote, industry experts generally recognize that an aircraft system should be designed such that the consequences of any human error are limited, end quote. Do you agree with that statement as well?
Congressman, I believe that's consistent with our design approaches, yeah.
And the NTSB went on to note that, quote, the industry challenge is to develop airplanes and procedures that are less likely to result in operator error and that are more tolerant of operator errors when they do occur, end quote. Do you agree with that statement?
Congressman, I think that's one area where we've learned from both of these accidents is an area that we need to revisit some of our longstanding principles and design guidelines around that. I believe that's an important area for us to address going forward.
So you would agree that in terms of the design of the 737 MAX and the 730 MAX's MCAS and angle of attack sensing systems were not designed such that the consequences of human error were limited. You would agree with that, correct?
Congressman, on the MCAS, as we said, we've identified some areas where we need to improve,
and that's one of them,
related to
correct?
pilot workload.
That's one of them, correct? The sequence that was not designed to accommodate, well, let me put it like this. In other words, you would agree that the 737 MAX's MCAS and angle of attack sensing systems were not designed such that the consequences of any human error were limited. You would have to agree with that statement.
Congressman, again, from that standpoint, we designed the system to a long-standing industry standards, but one of the things we've learned from these accidents is we need to change.
This one was not designed so as to accommodate the possibility of human error in terms of dealing with the MCAS system. But let me move on. The company has indicated in court filings that you intend to try to stop all litigation in the United States and ensure that as far as the Indonesian crash, any litigation would be confined to Indonesia and not in the court system of the United States, correct?
Congressman, I can't comment on that. I'm just not familiar with the details of that.
Well, so are you here to say that your company would not take efforts to protect itself from the U.S. court system insofar as the victims of these air crashes are concerned?
Congressman, if I could take that question, we'll get back to you. I don't know the answer.
Well, you are attempting to settle things out of court with a $100 million fund available for claimants, correct?
Congressman, I believe the $100 million fund that you're referring to is one that we recently set up that's completely separate from any legal proceedings and is being administered by Mr. Feinberg. That is intended to be completely separate from any legal proceedings with the idea that we can more quickly assist the families and communities. So
would participation in that system cause the aggrieved individual's family, next of kin, to then waive their ability to go to court later?
Congressman, the $100 million fund that you're referring to, if I'm understanding what you're referring to, is completely separate from any legal proceedings.
The one participating in the $100 million fund would not bar them from litigation thereafter.
That is correct. They are completely separate.
Thank you.
However, I will say, Mr. Muilenburg, I'm incredulous that you don't know whether or not your company is attempting to avoid the U.S. courts for liability regarding Lion Air. Seriously, you don't know that as a fact. You know nothing about that. You know nothing. That would seem to me like be a pretty damn big thing. Like U.S. courts, oh, well, let's go over to Indonesia. We go through this with the maritime industry, where mariners on these foreign flag ships aren't allowed access to U.S. courts. And you're telling me that you're not aware of your legal strategy regarding Indonesia? You really aren't?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with that strategy. I do have a legal team with
Well,
that responsibility. Congressman, my focus has been on safety.
Yeah, well, we'll get back to that. With that, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Muilenburg and Mr. Hamilton, you may want to comment on this, but the Indonesian government's final accident report identified 9 contributing factors that resulted in the crash of Lion Air Flight 610. One of those factors was the absence of guidance on the MCAS, or more detailed use of trim in the flight manuals and in the flight crew training that made it difficult for the flight crews to properly respond to the uncommanded MCAS. And I bring this up in the context that it was reported that after the initial certification, and I guess this was discovered obviously after the plane was certified, that the adjustment in the horizontal tail was greater by a factor of 4 than what was certified. Can either of you address that?
I think you're referring to the MCAS authority with low speed versus the high speed. So originally, we did wind tunnel testing back in 2011 and determined we were going to need to do something for the handling characteristics for high speed wind-up turns. And that's where we developed the original MCAS. During flight testing in 2016, we identified that there was some additional work we had to do to satisfy for a low speed. And that's where we used the MCAS to address that. There is a difference in the authority, but that's partially because when you're going low speed, you need to move the stabilizer a little bit more to get the pitching moment that you need to count to address the handling quality.
Well, my question here is in the training, according to what the Indonesian government found, was the training based on the original certification, or did it take into account both certifications? Were the flight manuals and the crew training adequate to address both situations?
Yes, sir. We were open and transparent with the FAA on the authority between the high speed and low speed all the way through the certification development. And they understood that prior to certification, and the decision on
That's not the question. The question is, did you provide adequate, detailed instructions for both situations?
When we were having conversations with the FAA about what should be in the training manual, we were accounting for both the high speed and low speed, yes.
But was it adequate?
We believed it was sufficient, as Mr. Muilenburg has said, because we want to train pilots on how to react to the behavior of the airplane, regardless of what's causing it. And a runaway stabilizer is a memory item that we expected crews would be able to react to and take action. We've learned since these accidents that we need to take further action.
There's also some criticism that's been reported about the fact that Boeing tends to use the same design for planes rather than build a new plane. And in the case of the 737 MAX, you're basically using an old design and that required the MCAS system because you use larger engines and moved them more forward on the plane. Is that also accurate?
You know, we've evolved the 737 family through the years, but we've also updated the safety requirements that it's certified to through the years. And it's not uncommon, as you're developing a new type design airplane, that you find things in flight tests and have to make software change or some other control law change to address that.
Yeah, but more specifically, you were in the process of a totally new design, and these were on parallel paths, weren't they? For this 737 MAX. I mean, that's what's been reported, I believe.
John, you referenced the early trade studies.
Yeah, the early trade studies were, we were looking back in 2007 of re-engineering and also looking at a brand new airplane. And those were both being developed and looked at, and we made a decision back in 2011 to proceed forward with the...
Okay, was the decision based on what is the best, safest design, or based on what you could get to market?
You know,
in a timely manner.
Safety guided the decision, and you know, pilots fly the family of airplanes, and from a safety standpoint, it's important that crews are able to transition from one airplane to the next without having to think about, am I in a MAX or an NG? They want them to feel and operate the same way.
Well,
and
that's a matter of time
safety issue.
and training. That's a matter of time and training. I want to say this, that hearing some of the questions that have been directed toward you today, I do not think that Boeing in any way intends to produce an unsafe product. I do think, though, having worked in engineering, mistakes are made. I think sometimes people make decisions that have very bad outcomes, and I think that might be an issue here. I have children who fly. I fly every week, and I think everybody in this room probably flies in a Boeing product. And when they put on that seatbelt, they want to know the plane's going to take off safely, fly safely, and land safely. And that ought to be the sole point of this hearing. Retribution, any other thing that comes after that, I think will be handled in courts of law. But from the perspective of transportation safety, we want safe planes. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Muilenburg, this took me 30 seconds with a Google search. June 13th, Business Insider. The company is arguing for the cases to be moved from the U.S. to Indonesia, and you would have us believe that you are not aware that your legal team, they're so far distant from you, you don't talk to them. This hasn't been discussed in the board. You know, my wife was the risk and benefits manager for the city of Eugene, Oregon for a long time. She had to pay the claims. When a big claim came, just a couple of $1 million against the city, she was involved, the city manager was involved, the legal team was involved, everybody was involved. You're looking at hundreds of millions, billions of dollars of claims. You're trying to move to a country, and this expert says, having a trial in another country with a different legal culture, less scope for close scrutiny of Boeing would render the cases worthless. And you don't know that that's happening, that you're making that pleading?
Congressman, I'm aware of those articles, but as I stated earlier,
okay, would you please tell us, would you please respond to the committee after you consult with your lawyers, have they filed to move these cases to Indonesia in any court in the United States, or do they intend to?
Mr. Chairman, we'll follow up with that information.
Thank you. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, like my colleagues, I've been concerned about some of the text messages and emails that have come out in the documents for this case, especially some of those by your chief technical pilot. I believe his name is Mark Faulkner. So let me ask you about those. As I understand it, Boeing has nearly 5,000 737 MAX orders pending. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, I believe we have 4,400 aircraft in backlog.
And many of those are to airlines that operate outside the United States.
The majority of the backlog is outside of the United States, yes?
Well, I want my constituents to feel safe whether they're getting on one of your planes in Las Vegas or Las Palmas. So let me ask you about some of these emails that Captain Faulkner sent. We know that he sent these at the same time that he was discussing some of the concerns about the MCAS system. He talks about flying around the world, and this is a quote, Jedi mind tricking foreign customers into purchasing your aircraft. I'm not quite sure what Jedi mind tricking is, but he uses it frequently. one of the emails, he says, it's 6:30 a.m. here, just getting ready to hit breakfast, then try and Jedi mind trick these people into buying some airplanes, exclamation point. No, here's another one. No, I've been working to certify the new 737-8 MAX with all the regulators all over the world, led by the AEG. It was a huge deal, but I got what I wanted, at least so far. You know me, I usually get what I want. Then a little later he says, things are calming down a bit for my airplane cert, at least for now. I'm doing a bunch of traveling through the next few months, simulator validations, Jedi mind tricking regulators into accepting the training that I got accepted by FAA. So I would ask you what Jedi mind tricking is, and if given these comments, would it be fair to state that your company misled foreign regulators to get your aircraft certified?
Congresswoman, I'm not quite sure what Mr. Faulkner meant in those emails. We haven't been able to talk to him, given he's departed the company and has legal representation. But any thought that we would try to trick customers or deceive customers is just not consistent with our values, and that would not be tolerated. So I'm not sure what he meant, but that's not our approach.
Well, what is your approach when it comes to international customers? What do you think is your responsibility, especially those that have less stringent pilot training requirements when you sell a new aircraft abroad?
Congresswoman, we work with regulatory authorities around the world, so that typically those decisions are made by the authority in that jurisdiction. And we, with the FAA and other regulators, support that. We also work with the airlines in those other countries. And together, we work on training standards. Ultimately, those are decisions that are made by the regulatory authority in that jurisdiction.
Well, since that captain is no longer with you, have you kind of changed or modified in any way your engagement with foreign regulators, or are you still just using the Jedi mind tricking approach?
Congresswoman, I appreciate your question. I can tell you again, I'm not quite sure what Mr. Faulkner meant, but that does not represent the people of Boeing. It does not represent the people who work with our international regulators.
And you're not trying to Jedi mind trick us here today on this committee?
Congresswoman, I'm telling you the truth. Thank
you. I yield back my time to the chairman.
I thank gentlelady. There's a little time remaining. I'm a Star Wars fan, so I know what Jedi mind tricking means. Perhaps you've watched Star Wars too. But here's one other observation I'd like to make. We've brought up your $15 million bonus after the Lion Air tragedy. And Boeing has established a fund of $100 million, and I just did the math. That means that each of the 436 families would receive 1% of your compensation that you got last year. You know, that does not seem to be, you know, but you're telling us there have been consequences, you're responsible, and yet, you know, these families will get 1% of what you get paid. And you talk a lot about your upbringing as a farm boy. I appreciate that. I grew up a little different. My dad was a teacher. He ran a camp for inner city kids in the summer. I carried golf clubs for rich people. You're no longer an Iowa farm boy. You are the CEO of the largest aircraft manufacturer in the world. You're earning a heck of a lot of money. And so far, the consequence to you has been, oh, you're not chairman of the board anymore. I don't know what extra bonus the chairman gets. I know the members of the board get $250,000 a year. So I haven't seen convincingly that there have been consequences, except one guy got fired, and the leader of the 737 program retired in disgust because he wouldn't want to put his family on the airplane. With that, who am I recognizing? Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. And to all of you, my heart absolutely goes out to you, having lost a family member in a horrible crash while it was not an airplane. I do know the consequences to children that don't have a parent and spouses that are missing their loved ones. And it's so hard, and my heart does go out to you. Also, I think it's very important that safety and quality should always be the highest priority for airline manufacturers. We need to be prepared if technology fails us. With the new technological advancements in all of our industries, it's a possibility that one day there might be a time when we have to decide whether to put our faith in our training and our intuition or on a machine. Millions of people fly every day, and while there's new technology in the aviation industry, it is critical that pilots be prepared if a mechanical problem occurs. With that being said, as we move forward into the future, it is of the utmost importance that we continue to advance and perfect technology before introducing new equipment into the market. We can support innovating and new technology as an additive benefit, but we also cannot overlook safety, efficiency, or quality in the aviation industry. Restoring confidence in air travel is not a political issue. It's a societal issue. Our world has become so much smaller once we were able to fly, and it's imperative that the airline manufacturers perfect new technology and guarantee safe, flawless, and exceptional airplanes. Mr. Muilenburg, can you quickly walk us through the safety assessment evaluation Boeing conducted for the MCAS?
Yeah, Congresswoman, I'll attempt to do that. John will be more familiar with the details.
Well, do it together if you need to.
But we conducted our typical safety review boards and safety system analyses as part of that development. So safety is one of the core parameters that we look at throughout the design, test, and certification process, and that ultimately leads to the certification by the FAA. So that was a very disciplined process consistent with our normal procedures. I know, John, if you want to add detail to that.
Anytime we bring forward a new system or something to that effect, we do a failure effects and analysis of when something's going to fail, what is the effect of that. We separately then do a fault hazard assessment where we then look at all the different faults and we make an assessment based on what's the hazard category per regulations. Then we build a fault tree, which is a top-down look at what's the probability of these events happening. And again, this is all built to meet regulations. And then we've put together a system safety assessment, which culminates all the information from these different actions. And that's the compliance deliverable that we submit to the FAA.
Did Boeing evaluate pilot response to erroneous MCAS activation?
Yes, we evaluated if the MCAS operated uncommanded, what the pilot response would be.
Did it also show if it could trigger other alarms?
We considered that in the analysis.
Okay. In your testimony, Mr. Muilenburg, you mentioned your dedication to safety and culture and the time you spent traveling to visit different Boeing teams. How can we restore confidence in our air travel and guarantee industry transparency and communication from top to bottom?
Congresswoman, I believe those changes start with us, my company, myself, and our structure. I mentioned a number of changes we've made internally around safety structures, a new safety organization, a new board safety committee, realigning our engineering workforce. Those are all actions we're taking to increase focus on safety and increase transparency. And I believe that's part of rebuilding confidence. We're also paying close attention to all the independent reviews that are being done, the government reviews, any other actions we might take together to improve the certification process. I think those are actions that will help as well. And then, frankly, we still have a lot of work to do to rebuild the public's trust. And we're going to make sure that the changes we're making to the MAX today will prevent accidents like this from ever happening again. That is our focus. And it's going to take time to rebuild the public's confidence once we get the airplane back up for the fleets. And we're going to be working side by side with our airline customers and side by side with the flying public to help rebuild that confidence.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentlelady, Mr. Lowenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too join with my colleagues in offering our sympathy and our concern. And as Mr. Representative Graves said right at the beginning of this hearing, this is all about you, the people. I can't imagine what you're going through, but I'm so glad you're here to keep us focused that it's all about the people who have been impacted. So my questions and my concerns, Mr. Muilenburg, really have to do with the certification process. You know, the JATR, that report, the technical review, found that despite significant advances being made since the MAX was originally certificated in 1967, these advances, which have led to significant improvements in the safety of air transportation, the MAX failed to incorporate many of these designs and technology advancements as they were deemed impractical. What is the reason Boeing failed to include the latest safety features in the MAX like those Boeing included in other aircrafts, like the 787 Dreamliner?
If I can, Congressman, let me take an attempt at that. So as we're developing our product, and again, I want to go back to one of the biggest ways we can have safety is for the pilots to be able to transition from one airplane to the next and not have to have a big difference, whether it's the crew alerting system or how the systems operate.
So what you, excuse me, so what you're saying is you did not include these improvements because it was difficult for the pilots to transition?
It's not a question of it's difficult, it's we want the crews to not have to think about which model they're in so that their training that they've gone through applies to either model. And they handle each airplane exactly because when you walk on the airplane, you want the pilots to be comfortable flying that product.
So the question is then, as you point out, this is an aircraft who was originally certified in 1967, has not had a full certification since, and the reason had to do with the ease in which pilots could move between different aircrafts of the same family. I want to go on. The JATR report found that there are no federal criteria for determining, quotes, when the core attributes of an existing design make it fundamentally incapable of supporting the safety advancements introduced by the latest amendments to airworthiness standards. So for the FAA, they don't have a federal criteria when you have to go to a full assessment versus this. What criteria does Boeing use to decide when it's time to upgrade the original design and have a recertification?
So, Congressman, there's actually regulations in Part 21 of the FARs that defines when you need to do a new type cert versus an amended type cert, and we follow that process. We have conversations with the FAA.
Well, the FAA has no specific standard. You're saying Boeing just follows that the FAA, there's no specific criteria that you use independent of the lack of standards that the FAA actually specifies.
We follow the FAA regulations on new types.
The standard you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay, last question. So I'm very unclear on what that answer means. The JATR report also found that the requirements of an amended type certification process, like the MAX went through, focuses only on change and areas affected by the change, which may fail to recognize the whole aircraft system, which could be affected by seemingly small changes. Do you agree with the assessment by the JATR report?
Congressman, we're taking a look at all of the recommendations from that report. I believe there are 12 recommendations that are being considered. And one of those areas is this system-wide analysis,
right,
failure mode analysis. And we have identified that as a potential area for improvement going forward. So that's an action we look forward to supporting and making appropriate changes. I think it's an area worth worth looking at.
So you have not, or you're looking at the report, decided how in the future aircraft designs that seek to fall under an amended type certificate rather than a new type certification. You're discussing and you will be looking at when an amended type or a full certification is going to be needed.
We look forward to working with the FAA and the rest of the industry on any changes that may be required to Part 21 on when you apply for one versus the other. But you know, the amended type cert is still, you upgrade to the later amendments, later safety requirements as you make change to the airplane. So I just want to imply that, you know, the MAX, the requirements that the MAX is certified to, even though it's an amended type cert, it's meeting some later safety requirements than earlier versions of the 737.
And thank you, and I yield back.
Oh,
Thanks.
well,
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me
They said
offer
you're
my
okay. I don't know.
my condolences to the families, friends, the communities of the 346 men, women, and children who lost their life in this tragedy. Mr. Muilenburg, I believe that you are sincerely sorry as well. I also know that you wake up every day with the responsibility and the accountability for a large organization. And while your values may be on safety, often in a large organization, there are interests like profits and production rates, promoting that product, and also personal incompetence among the 150,000 people. Not all of them are the most proficient and competent. And those factors can eat away at times at your ability to achieve that most important value of safety. Mr. Muilenburg, according to the Indonesia Air Report, during discussions and communications with the FAA beginning in March 2016, Boeing proposed removing MCAS from the flight crew operator's manual and differences tables, and you've been asked about that. That's been brought to your attention. I too am a pilot. I flew in the Army, much simpler airframe, never a commercial aircraft. And what I valued was information, the operator's manual, even technical manuals, my emergency checklist, which is a quick reference handout. It's all important information. Sometimes I'd look at it, I'd say it's a lot of information, but I knew it was my professional responsibility to prioritize that information. And my concern here is that Boeing did not give the pilots the information that they needed. And what makes it particularly troubling is sort of like the environment in which this is happening. And a lot of this has already been raised and brought to your attention. An environment in which your chief technical pilot talks about Jedi mind tricks to convince regulators to accept a lower level of training. I don't know what a Jedi mind trick is, but I know what a trick is. And it's particularly troubling when Boeing has the expertise. You have the data far superior to what the regulators have, and the chief guy on your team that's interfacing with the regulator is playing tricks to negotiate down training levels. Coupled with the fact that, and as the chairman put on the screen, your promotional material, as you build your 737 MAX fleet, millions of dollars will be saved because of the commonality with the next generation 737, rebates and contracts with Southwest. If you don't have to use a simulator, which is much more expensive to train a pilot, if you have to use a simulator, a $1 million rebate on the airframe. So this is the environment that we're observing in Boeing, and it questions whether or not that profit and promotion is undermining safety. I want to ask you this question. Mr. Cohen was asking you about, from the same line, Indonesia Air Report. Boeing considered that the procedure required to respond to any MCAS function was no different than the existing procedures, and the crews were not expected to encounter MCAS in normal operation. I don't want to ask you about the normal operation Mr. Cohen did. Existing procedures, that's the runaway stabilator trim.
Yes.
But they're not the same procedure, are they?
That's a common procedure between the NG and the MAX.
When you have an MCAS failure, it's not really a failure, but when the MCAS is defective, it's not the same emergency procedure as a runaway stabilizer trim.
Actually, when MCAS were to fail or if a motor were to fail, there's various causes of runaway stabilizer.
Okay, let me ask you this. Stabilizer trim fails. I can use a manual trim button, or I can control the column. And if it's a true runaway stabilizer trim, I won't be able to disrupt that failure. Is that correct?
No, with a runaway stabilizer, you can, as you say, you can counter it with the...
If I counter it and I don't get the result that I want, then I go to the cutoff. Is that correct?
You go to the cutoff procedure.
Right. However, with the MCAS failure, I can actually interrupt the stabilizer trim failure. Isn't that correct?
That's true.
Because it happened 15 plus times in the Indonesia air, didn't it?
Yes.
Right. So you're saying that you don't put it in the documentation because emergency procedure is the same, but in fact it's not. And what I'm wondering is, when you look particularly at the Indonesia air, the very first time that the MCAS fails is when the flaps go to zero, full retraction. And you provided no information in any of these manuals that said, hey, you know what? When you go to full flap retraction, you're activating this new system. Isn't that right? That there's nothing in the manuals that tells a pilot when they've activated the system. Is that right?
That was correct, and we are making changes now to add that material to the training manual and the operations manual.
And the MCAS was probably the first computer, right, software system that manipulated a primary flight control in the 737. Isn't that right? The first, not a pilot-induced flight control, change in flight control. The first computer software system that actually manipulated a primary flight control. That's MCAS, isn't it?
Well, actually, the autopilot that's been on the airplane.
Okay. Everyone knows the autopilot, aside from the autopilot, right? Isn't that right? MCAS was the very first computer software that actually manipulated primary flight control? Yes or no? Or you don't know? Chief Engineer?
I guess what the words you're using, I would say the autopilot does satisfy that.
Okay, second then, would be the MCAS would be the second one, right?
There's a yaw damper function on the rudder that moves independent of the pilots.
Do you have in the quick reference handbook, do you have a procedure for addressing a failure in that? You probably do. You probably do, but you don't have it for the MCAS. That's disturbing as a pilot. You didn't give them the information they needed.
Congressman, as we said, that's one area where we've learned, and we're coming back and we're adding that information to the manual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boeing and Boeing aircraft, it's an iconic brand in this country. I've been asked by a number of constituents and people, well, will you fly the 737 MAX? Will you take that flight? I'll say publicly, given the scrutiny I'm going to go, I'll fly it as soon as it's allowed to go back in the air, because I believe it will be the most scrutinized aircraft in the history of this country. I do want to talk to you a little bit about some of the continuing questions that Mr. Garamundi had. Boeing's tanker they're supplying to the military, it has some significant issues. However, when a similar system was put on it to the MCAS, the Pentagon required that it fire only once. Only once. Why on the 737 MAX was another approach taken where it could and did fire repeatedly, as my colleague says, significantly? What was the why the difference in approach given a similar issue with the aircraft or similar concern with the aircraft?
So the MCAS was, again, it was designed for as you approach to a stall. When pilots do fly into stall, oftentimes they may overcorrect and fly back into a stall, but it was intended that if you're in a stall condition and...
Let me stop you. I understand stall. I'm at flight instruction, I understand it. You haven't answered my question. Why the difference between the tanker, where the Pentagon required it only fire once? That was a criteria put forth as they're going through taking that aircraft, and the commercial aircraft had a repeated and, in fact, accentuated. You changed the standard on it. It went to a more powerful motion. Ultimately, why the difference? What motivated that?
The Air Force set some of the requirements for the tanker that we followed.
Congressman, if I could just add,
Sure, please.
add a bit to that. John's correct. The concept behind MCAS on the tanker was for a different purpose, a different part of the flight envelope, as I understand it. We can provide additional details on that, but the reason the design requirements are different is that it was designed for a different part of the flight envelope and for a different handling qualities purpose.
I appreciate that.
If we could follow up with the details, we will.
I would appreciate that, but I think, let's be honest about it, I think we collectively, the FAA, Boeing made an error in understanding where it would apply the flight envelope in terms of the MCAS, because it clearly occurred within the flight envelope and occurred catastrophically. So we're back to my earlier question about assumptions, because they failed. Question 2 for you. When doing the simulator testing, I saw some documentation that it wasn't possible to simulate no angle of attack data or flawed angle of attack data to test pilot response. That, in fact, it wasn't included as part of the simulator, so therefore, there was no way to figure out whether 4 seconds would work or 10 seconds, never mind all the other things that may happen. Can you shed some light on that?
Yes, when we evaluated the MCAS failure, we did not actually input a faulty AOA sensor input because the simulators couldn't simulate that. But we simulated the actual MCAS failure.
Well, let me ask you a question.
We have subsequently gone forward and actually updated.
Let me ask you a question. You've got how many other sensors on the aircraft? Are there any others that you didn't simulate in order to test the aircraft, what would happen in terms of aircraft performance or pilot response?
I can't answer that question off the top, but we could follow up with you on that.
I'd like you to answer for the committee, because I'm astonished, not only with information, which I've raised as well to the pilots, training requirements for the pilots regarding MCAS, that in fact, it appears to me in your testing process, you didn't test whether or not flawed data from a single AOA would in fact cause catastrophic problems, which in fact it did. They couldn't test on a simulator. They didn't see it because they didn't have it. They had other problems, but they didn't see that. Your pilots, which are more experienced than some that are flying this aircraft. So I would appreciate that information. I will yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just, you did raise a point that Mr. Hamilton responded to about why the repeated actuation at a very radical angle. And he said, well, sometimes pilots tend to overcorrect and they can fall back into a stall again. Well, that kind of contradicts your whole reasoning that they're going to figure this all out in 4 seconds and fly perfectly. I mean, I think you've just created something that goes back to your other study, which said if it takes as long as 10 seconds, the plane is going in. With that, I recognize Mr. Malinowski. Someone, Espilat, and then Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to extend my condolences to the families that are here today. My district suffered a similar tragedy with Flight 587 back in 2001, which unfortunately went down in the Rockaways in New York City, and I know the kind of hurt that many of you are going through, so my heart goes out to you. My condolences and sympathies to you all. Mr. Muilenburg, the National Transportation Safety Board recommended that the Federal Aviation Administration develop standards for improved aircraft system diagnostic tools that help the pilots better identify and respond to the kind of failures they met. Will you provide this committee with your absolute assurance that any future Boeing airplane will include such a system?
Congressman, I'm not exactly sure what system you're referring to. I'm familiar with the NTSB recommendation, and it is one that we're taking a look at. But there are many.
And are you committed to following those recommendations provided by the NTSB to upgrade and improve your Boeing so that in the future you will not have these kinds of tragedies?
Congressman, we are currently evaluating those recommendations. We think that topic area is certainly one we want to look at. We'll get into the details.
So you cannot give us any assurance whatsoever that any of those recommendations that are given by NTSB, you, as of today, you are completely sure that you will include them in any future Boeing production?
Congressman, our intent here is to evaluate all of those recommendations. We haven't completed those evaluations yet, but any opportunity we have there to improve safety is certainly going to get a
What's
hard
the
look.
timeline for the evaluation? When do you think you'll be completed with those evaluations?
Congressman, those recommendations are made to the FAA. So we'll have to work with the FAA on how they want to move forward with adopting those recommendations.
There's, from this entire horrible experience, there's not one modification, there's not one single meritorious change that you will make in the production of a Boeing as of today, right now.
Well, I think as a result of these accidents, we are making changes to the software of this airplane. We're making changes to training, to the procedures.
What kind of changes have you made for the airplanes?
For the airplanes?
Yes.
So we're making 3 changes to the software that address the MCAS issue. We're making additional changes that further address pilots flying towards stall and addressing some of those issues as well.
Are any of those changes included in these recommendations by the National Transportation Safety Board?
I think when you look at the first recommendation that talks about the MAX, I think it does address that first one.
Okay, thank you. My next question, really quickly, is Mr. Muilenburg. The Joint Authorities Technical Review reports, the report states that the MCAS used to stabilize trim to change the column force field, not trim the aircraft, and that this is a case of using the control surface in a new way that the regulations never accounted for. While I understand that you personally maintain that the MAX was designed and certified to the company standards, would you agree that this is an example of where the regulations have not kept pace with changes in the industry?
Congressman, I don't know if I characterize it as not keeping pace. It is true that the MCAS implementation is new and different, and we're evaluating what lessons learned we have from that. So again, all of the JADER recommendations are currently being evaluated, and we're going to take a hard look at all of them.
Just let me conclude by saying that I know that all of this has to be assessed. I remember back when we had Flight 587, the length of time that it took, but there are particular changes that could be adopted immediately that are no-brainers, and that these families, I think, deserve to hear from you with regards to what kind of improvements you will make as passengers may consider getting on a Boeing in the future. I think it's incumbent upon you to give responses to these families and this Congress.
Yeah, so we're making a number of software changes, as I mentioned, that will prevent the pilots from ever getting into this situation ever again. But also, I would tell you that as the FAA is diligently going through all the documentation, they are taking lessons learned from these accidents and applying criteria to us that goes above and beyond what the current guidance and regulatory standards are. And so I would say we are working to a higher level of standard already with that.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentlemen, Mr. Balderson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank the families and loved ones of the victims that are in attendance today. Your strength does not go unnoticed by everyone in this room and those watching on TV. So my thoughts and prayers are with all of you, and thank you so much for being here. Mr. Muilenburg, thank you for being here. Following the grounding of 737 MAX, Boeing stated in a CBS News report, safety and quality are absolutely at the core of Boeing's values. Speaking up is a cornerstone of that safety culture, and we look into all issues that are raised. When the 737 MAX was being certified, what procedures were in place to ensure that safety concerns from designers, engineers, test pilots, or mechanics were properly investigated and addressed by Boeing?
Congressman, in addition to the specific updates that John well described on software and training, which are an important part of that answer, we're also making significant restructuring of how we do our work. We've set up a new safety organization that will report to a new vice president, reporting to our chief engineer, creating a direct line of communication back to me. We've restructured all of our safety review boards within the company so that they're elevated and again provide more ready access, detailed access to safety data. Any safety concerns that our employees might raise will also come through this new organization. That includes setting up a updated anonymous reporting system. So if we have any employees that have a safety concern, if they wish to remain anonymous, they can report it up through that system. That will come directly to me, and it will also independently go to our Aerospace Safety Committee inside of our Board of Directors to make sure all of those get the right response.
Thank you. My follow-up would be, did Boeing have a process to ensure these safety concerns or whistleblower reports were made available to the FAA during its certification of the plane?
Congressman, yes, our intent is to share this information. Again, as we gather data, if safety concerns are raised, our intent is always to try to share information with the FAA. That's,
and I know you've featured some of that through there, so thank you. You have discussed some recent actions from Boeing to enhance safety. These include having all Boeing engineers report to the Boeing's chief engineer, as well as new anonymous reporting system. You just talked about that. Can you provide more information on how this anonymous reporting system will work?
Congressman, we'd be happy to follow up with the information. It will be modeled after our existing ethics hotline structure, which has proven to be very effective. And our intent is to have a similar model here.
Okay.
And if helpful, we can provide additional details on how it's structured and how it works.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Do you believe it should be mandatory for aircraft manufacturers like Boeing to immediately provide the FAA with safety reports or safety concerns that have been filed through the company's internal channels?
John, you could comment on that.
So we actually have a bulletin board, an electronic bulletin board, where we take all the fleet data that comes in, anything that meets the criteria that the FAA established on reporting to them. We post it to that. They have total visibility of that. If we have potential safety issues, that we can post those to the board as well. So the FAA then can do an independent review of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my remaining time. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman. Now, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Muilenburg, we've been over a lot of this, but just to be clear, it's fair to say that Boeing pushed the FAA and regulatory agencies around the world to not require simulator training to fly the MAX.
Congressman, our design objective was level B training.
Understood. And of course, we've been over the issues with the manual not including information on the MCAS system. With all of that in mind, let me ask you just very simply, was Boeing aware that MCAS could pose, under realistic, real-world circumstances, a catastrophic risk?
Congressman, as part of that broader hazard analysis that John described earlier, we evaluate a broad set of scenarios, and that's included in that system safety assessment document.
FHA,
John, is that
FHA.
In the FHA?
Yeah.
Okay. We have another slide, I think, that may be worth looking at if folks could put it up. Okay, thank you. This is from a presentation that Boeing developed for the FAA in December of 2018, after the Lion Air accident, before the Ethiopian Airlines crash. And as you'll see, the slide states that if there were the loss of one angle of attack sensor and the other received a bad reading, the situation was, quote, potentially catastrophic before crew recognition of the issue. And underneath, it states crew training supports recognition and appropriate flight crew action. And so it does appear from this and other evidence we've seen that Boeing understood how important crew training would be to prevent these kinds of crashes within a month of the first crash. And given how quickly Boeing came to that answer, and before many details of the first crash were available, I have to assume that you were aware before the first crash as well. and yet you actively worked against simulator training. Do you have an explanation for this?
Congressman, I'll try to answer that, and I don't, John, if you want to jump in on that one?
So the training that they would recognize on this is that when you transition from an NG to a MAX, you do simulator training in the original NG training, and that same basic training would apply here. If you are new to the MAX, there would be simulator training that would be required as part of that, and so that's how that item got addressed.
Let me also ask you this, going back a little bit in time. Did Boeing lobby for the provisions in the 2003 aviation bill that established this ODA program, which has delegated so many of these basic decisions about whether a plane is safe to fly to industry? Did Boeing lobby for those provisions?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with the details back in that time frame, but Boeing has been engaged in the ODA process and discussions over that time period.
And it's probably, is it fair to say that since that time period, Boeing has vigorously lobbied the FAA and lobbied Congress to lobby the FAA to speed up the certification process?
Congressman, we have advocated efficiency in certification and trying to do things efficiently across all the stakeholders. Where we can provide better interfaces and exchange of data. So
that's
efficiency in the process has been important.
Very bureaucratic language, but I think that means yes. And I think it's something worth reflecting on, because I think there's a larger story here. There's a reflexive tendency among corporate lobbyists in this town to always lobby for streamlined and faster provisions and less regulation. And here we have a case, because they see it as in the company's interest. And here we have a case where 346 people died. Number one, most important. And in terms of the company's interest, how much money did Boeing lose in the second quarter of 2019?
Congressman, we wrote off billions of dollars.
Yeah. Can you reflect a little bit on this? Is this one of the lessons you have learned, that perhaps this reflexive pattern of lobbying for faster and faster procedures to make it easier for you to get planes to market is not necessarily in the company's best interest?
Congressman, I have to disagree with the premise under the question. We never lobby for something that's going to harm safety. If there are places where we can gain efficiency, the idea is to always enhance the safety of the regulatory system. That is our intent. We have no desire to reduce safety. Our business model is about safe airplanes, and that is the only sustainable approach. So I understand the point you're making, but our intent is to try to be part of the regulatory system that drives safety.
I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. We would now go to Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's clear that during your tenure, Mr. Muilenburg, the top brass at Boeing too often put shareholders before safety, profit before people's lives. And as a result of the singular focus in getting the MAX to market as quickly as possible, and the actions that were taken and many that were not taken, 346 innocent people lost their lives. Today we've heard a lot about the MCAS and its role in these tragedies. The evidence our committee has outlined today and in the months leading up to this hearing shows that Boeing did not even follow its own design requirements when it created this MCAS system and put it on the MAX. Here's what deeply troubles me. Not only did you fail to follow your own design requirements for MCAS, but you also went to great lengths to hide the the existence of MCAS from your customers and even from pilots who are absolutely vital to the safe operation of the MAX. Mr. Hamilton, you're Boeing's chief engineer. It's your job to make sure MCAS works properly. I want to ask you a few questions about Boeing's internal MCAS requirements. Those design requirements were described in detail in Boeing's own coordination sheets. and these coordination sheets were updated as MCAS moved through the design process. But 2 sheets, one from March 2016, one from June 2018, did not change. Even after Boeing started using a newer, more powerful version of MCAS, these 2 sheets were never changed. Even more than a year after the 737 MAX entered service, there were still no changes. First slide, please. I'd like to focus on this slide on 2 specific design requirements of MCAS. Design requirement number 4, and you can see it highlighted on the screen, states, quote, MCAS shall not have any objectionable interaction with the piloting of the airplane, unquote. My time is short, so I need yes or no answers. Mr. Hamilton, did MCAS affect the piloting of Lion Air Flight 610?
The crews always had the ability to override MCAS with the stab trim switches on the wheel.
Let me ask it another way. Did the pilots in the Lion Air flight struggle to counteract the activation of the MCAS system?
As the captain was flying the airplane, if you look at the flight data recorder, the captain continually trimmed out the MCAS inputs for multiple times.
Did MCAS affect the piloting of Ethiopian Airlines flight number 302?
That accident's still under investigation. I think we'll need to...
Mr. Muilenburg, you're the CEO. The buck stops with you. You are ultimately responsible for making sure that you adhere to your design requirements. That didn't happen here, did it?
Congressman, again, we've learned some things from these accidents. We're coming back and we're updating the MCAS design and the training materials. As we went through our process, we at each step tried to make the decisions that are consistent with our process and the data we had, but clearly we didn't get it all right.
Mr. Muilenburg, are you willing to give a yes or no answer to that direct question? That didn't happen here, did it? That's really a yes or no question. Tough question, but it deserves a fair and direct response.
Congressman, I tried to give you my direct response. It's a complicated question with a
Thank you. Reclaiming my time. Mr. Hamilton, design requirement number 11. You can also see it on the slide. It says, quote, MCAS shall not interfere with dive recovery, unquote. Did MCAS affect the dive recovery of Lion Air flight number 610?
Ultimately, after multiple MCAS inputs that
were... That's really intended as a yes or no question. You've had plenty of time. It's a tough one, but it deserves a yes or no answer. Did MCAS affect, in any way, the dive recovery of Lion Air flight number 610?
When the MCAS wasn't trimmed out as we assumed it would be, it caused the airplane to go into a dive that the crews were not able to recover from.
Mr. Hamilton, was MCAS a contributing factor into the dive as noted in the final accident report released by Indonesian investigators?
Yes.
Did MCAS affect the dive recovery of Ethiopian Airlines flight number 302?
Yes.
Mr. Muilenburg, as CEO, I want to ask you the same question. Did MCAS affect the dive recovery of Lion Air flight number 610 and Ethiopian flight number 302?
Congressman, we know MCAS was a factor in both accidents, and there were a number of things occurring in both accidents. We know MCAS was a contributing factor, and we know we need to make some updates to it, and that's what we're doing.
Mr. Hamilton, I appreciate your direct answer to that question. This is back to Mr. Muilenburg. Did Boeing fail to meet your own design requirements as it relates to MCAS?
Congressman, we're still evaluating everything we've learned from those accidents. I think what you see here is that there are cases where we've implemented against a requirement set where we've learned we need to make some improvements, and that's what we're doing with the updates.
It's clear that the design of the MCAS stabilization system was fundamentally and tragically, fatally flawed. The Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines tragedies don't just show the folly of the MCAS design, they also show that the system did not even meet Boeing's own design criteria. It's crystal clear to me through the course of this investigation that relinquishing approval of MCAS by the FAA was a grave mistake with severe consequences. Safety must be our top priority, and Congress must act. We owe nothing less to the victims and their families. I yield back.
We'll now move on to Ms. Marcusel Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been sitting here listening to the testimony, and I think that it's clear to me that so much of what we've heard today, and also some of the testimony from yesterday, is that to a large extent, this is a story about a company cutting corners, taking shortcuts, sacrificing safety to achieve maximum profits. And at the end, what is it that we have to show for it? 346 lives were lost due to the negligence of what happened in those two flights. Mr. Muilenburg, for me, it's very important to focus on the families of the victims that, as you see, are sitting right here. I know that the company started the Boeing Financial Assistance Fund, which provides $50 million in financial assistance to the families of the victims and $50 million to support education and economic empowerment. So by my calculation, that comes out to $144,500 to each of the families of the 346 people that were killed in those two flights. My first question, did you ever reach out to the families before Boeing made this announcement in July? Mr. Muilenburg.
Congresswoman, I did not reach out personally before that.
Thank you. How did you communicate about this fund with the families that you had created this fund for them?
Congresswoman, our reach out to the families is an area where I think we clearly needed to improve. I feel terrible about these two accidents and having spent time talking with the families the last
But my question is,
couple of days.
how did you do that? How did you communicate with the families about this fund?
Our Boeing Global Engagement team reached out. We had connections back into both Ethiopia and Indonesia, working with our airline customers.
So you never personally reached out to any of the families?
I did not personally, and again, that's something I regret, and I wish I had done.
Thank you.
Done that earlier.
How did you and how are you now working with the families to determine the best way to use these funds?
Congresswoman, a couple of things. One, for the first $50 million that you identified, we've asked Mr. Ken Feinberg, an expert in this area, to administer that fund. So he's already making progress with many of the families. We'll continue that. On the second $50 million, we've engaged with the families. That was one of the topics of discussion at our meeting last evening, and we're going to continue that going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Muilenburg. And it was reported in this article that by CNBC that the families of the 737 MAX have only until December 31st, 2019 to file a claim with Boeing, with the Boeing Compensation Fund. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, I'm not sure if that's the deadline, but my expectation is that...
Why put a deadline?
Congresswoman, it's not something that I've
there are so many families that are
established.
here just trying to seek basic justice. I want you to take a look at them just for 1 second, because obviously you haven't spoken to them.
Congresswoman,
So I'm going to continue. Thank you, Mr. Muilenburg. Can you assure us today that if these families accept these funds, they will not in any way hinder anybody's ability to sue or take any legal action against the company?
Yes, Congresswoman, this fund is completely separate from any legal activities.
So you give me that assurance today?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask for unanimous consent to introduce this article that I found. FAA discovers new safety concern during Boeing 737 MAX test.
Without objection.
Thank you. Changing subjects for a second, are you expecting this aircraft, the 737 MAX, to fly anytime in the near future?
Congresswoman, we are working with the FAA on that. We have currently set a baseline.
When is
planning
that date
purposes
expected?
of the fourth quarter, before the end of the
soon.
year.
So you're going to feel, because I have lost all confidence, Mr. Muilenburg. I sit on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. I've been listening to your testimony. I heard some of your testimony yesterday. And I think many of the families have asked for your resignation. And I have thought for a long time, I don't want to blame you, but at some point, you have to take full responsibility of the negligence of these 2 flights. And I want to ask you, are you going to be stepping down as CEO of Boeing?
Congresswoman, no.
No.
Congresswoman,
Doesn't surprise me because I saw something else. Boeing increases CEO's pay 27% to $23.4 million last year. This was last year.
Congresswoman,
so obviously you don't want to step down, but I think that at some point to build trust and confidence in your company, because I do agree with you, there are thousands of employees that work in this company that don't deserve to be put through this. But it is you as the CEO that takes full responsibility for what happened, and I have not heard you doing that. And with that, thank you. I yield back my time.
Congresswoman, if I could respond to that. I am responsible. I take responsibility for these 2 accidents that occurred on my watch. I feel responsible to carry that through. As I mentioned earlier, I grew up on a farm in Iowa. My dad taught me responsibility, and what he told me is to, when they're faced with challenges, to carry through. And I don't want to run away from challenges. My intent is to see this through. I think that's part of my
Mr. Muilenburg, if you had an ounce of integrity, you would know that the right thing to do is to step down.
Okay, the gentlelady's time has expired. I would now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Graves.
Would you like to finish what you were saying?
Well, Congressman, thank you. Again, I understand the Congresswoman's view here, and I respect those inputs. But as I said, the way I was brought up, when faced with a tough challenge like this, something that occurred on my watch, I have a keen sense of responsibility to see it through. And I think that's part of what I owe to these families and to their memories. And I am committed to doing that. To me, this is about being responsible and ensuring safe travel for the future. That's my focus.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Allred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by offering my sincerest condolences to the families who are here today. As the father of an 8-month-old child, I'm particularly devastated to see the babies in these pictures. I do believe that Boeing is a great American company, and that's part of why I'm so frustrated that we are here today. I also want to say that the FAA has failed in its duty to make sure that we fix, and we must ensure in this committee that we fix this process to make sure that this never happens again. Industry capture of safety regulation in any area is not only dangerous to the public, it's bad business. This has cost Boeing dearly, and it's cost our airlines dearly. That's why it's so important that we get this right. Mr. Muilenburg, I hope that you are gathering from today's hearing that our concern isn't with the mistakes that were made. We are certainly concerned about that, but we understand the mistakes happen. Even the greatest companies make mistakes. It's the concealment. It's the purposeful concealment that bothers so many of us, with an obvious financial drive behind it. That the pilots didn't know about this is unacceptable. That you implemented this new system and had airlines rely on you to deliver a safe and reliable aircraft, and you did not do that, is unacceptable. And that we on this committee only are always finding out some of this information last month. You come here and you're telling us how sorry you are about what has happened, but yet we have to have whistleblowers tell us some of this information about what's going on inside Boeing. We only got some of this information on October 18th about these texts that are going on with some of your people. You have not fully complied with us. We've had to fight and scratch for all the information that we have to try and fix this system. And that makes me angry, and it makes me feel like your use of the word accountability has a very different meaning than mine. Now, this is not about pilot error. I've heard some of my colleagues mention pilot error. This is about catastrophic design flaw and regulatory failure that has caused us to lose hundreds of lives. 2 of your aircraft, sir, have gone down. In Dallas, where I represent, we have 2 airlines, Southwest Airlines and American Airlines, both of which have extensive hubs in my area. They have invested heavily in your aircraft. This grounding and these catastrophes have cost them over $1 billion. They've canceled 9,500 flights in the last quarter alone, that's American alone, and their hardworking employees are feeling the financial effects of your negligence. Now, when the 737 MAX flies again, after it has gone through the needed changes that are just now being done, which I think some of this process has shown that you knew should have been done in the first place, it will be a profitable aircraft for your company. And so my question to you is, how will you compensate the airlines and their employees who've lost so much due to your negligence?
Congressman, we've been working with a number of airlines, including American and Southwest. As you might have seen in our last quarterly report, we took a charge of several $1 billion associated with what we call customer compensation. Those discussions with those 2 airlines and many others around the country and around the world are ongoing. And our intent is to make things right with our customers. We feel terrible about the impact it's had. We know the flying public's been affected. We know these airlines have been affected. We know their communities have been affected. And we have a deliberate engagement approach with each and every airline, and we're working our way through that. And we've set aside a financial impact associated with that you've seen in our public reports.
Well, I'm going to be following this closely because there are hardworking employees of both these airlines who have no role in this, who are doing their best, who have been impacted by this. I fly Southwest twice a week. Every time I get on a plane, someone asks one of the flight attendants whether or not it's a MAX. You have a lot of work to do, sir. I yield back.
The gentleman. Ms. Davids would be next, the vice chair of the subcommittee.
Thank you. Well, first I'd like to again extend my condolences to the families that are here, and I appreciate your continued willingness to show up and be a part of this process. Aviation is extremely important to Kansas, the state that I hail from, and our state has a strong aviation history, and it's vital to my state's economy, and it's vital to the U.S. economy. I think you know that already. Mr. Muilenburg, to piggyback off of so much of the questioning we've heard today, and what we heard from you today and what we heard from you yesterday in the Senate, you've reiterated time and time again Boeing's commitment to safety and pilot training. But we've seen a number of documents. The committee has reviewed a number of documents with an emphasis on an effort to minimize pilot training requirements for the 737 MAX. My interest is having you provide some clarity on the apparent inconsistencies that we're hearing and seeing. Would you agree that pilot training is important to Boeing?
Yes.
And when Boeing marketed the MAX to potential airline customers, did they assure the customers that if they purchased the MAX, it would be unlikely that they would need to put their pilots through timely and costly simulator training?
One of our design requirements that we worked with our airline customers was to do what we call level B training, computer-based training, as a design objective.
Okay, I have some slides. So I have a PowerPoint presentation from a 737 MAX training that one of the marketing officials provided from July 2017, which was a few months after the FAA certified the MAX. Can you go to the second slide, please? This graphic shows a quote, if you look in the box here. We had marketed 2 days previously, and a 3 to 4 hour course has now been approved. Mr. Muilenburg, after FAA's 2017 certification, did Boeing's marketing representatives emphasize to potential customers that FAA had reduced the length of pilot training that Boeing had originally expected?
Congresswoman, I'm not familiar with those discussions. I don't know, John, if you have any awareness. We can certainly follow up on that question.
Okay, well, it's clear from this slide that Boeing had expected a different number of days of training than what it ultimately ended up with. So this slide here contains text from an email chain in August 2016 from Chief Technical Pilot Mark Faulkner, which announces to a large group at Boeing that the FAA approved the Level B training, and that it was, first of all, the entire email contains a lot of exclamation points. He was very enthusiastic, and he noted that, quote, "This culminates more than 3 years of tireless and collaborative efforts across many business units." You can see the rest of the text here. Mr. Muilenburg, Level B designation means the 737 MAX was subject to computer-based pilot training requirements and not more extensive simulator requirements, correct?
Congresswoman, that's correct for the differences training between the models. The baseline training for the 737 MAX is a 20-plus day training program that includes significant simulator time.
So in a separate email chain, can you bring up the next slide, please? We are very familiar with this quote by this time in the day. Mr. Faulkner, in November 2016, tells an FAA official that he was working on Jedi mind tricking regulators into accepting the training, that he got accepted by the FAA. Mr. Muilenburg, the push across Boeing to limit costly pilot training requirements on the MAX, despite the company's commitment to safety and pilot training, is clear from the questions we've heard today, the slides we've heard, what's up here right now. This is your chance to provide some clarity on how you mesh all of this information with your continued statements about commitment to safety.
Yeah. Congresswoman, I think it's a very good question, and the idea here is that incremental training adds to safety. We don't make training decisions based on economics. We try to make training decisions based on safety. And as John pointed out earlier,
if it wasn't based on economics, what was it based on that you were trying to push to reduce?
On safe operations for our airlines. So many of our airline customers who receive the 737 MAX, they also fly 737 NGs. And a typical pilot in a given day may have a flight on an NG and a flight on a MAX. And it's
what you're saying right now sounds inconsistent with the information that we've been seeing, that you are committed to safety and that you're not taking into account the economic impacts of the pilot training that people would have to do. The last thing I want to say is, based on what Congresswoman Muilenburg said, can you tell us right now if this article is correct and that December 31st, 2019 is the last chance that families are able to file a claim for the Boeing Compensation Fund, that you will extend that, because that is only 2 months from now. And that seems completely ridiculous that people only have until December 2019.
So Congresswoman, until that was mentioned earlier, I just hadn't recalled that deadline. But I can tell you that's something that we can extend, and I'll give my team that direction. If there are families that we can help and more time is needed, we'll take the time. Our commitment here is to try to help the families. And I know, monetary help, it never relieves the pain. It never will, but hopefully we can help in the communities. And I don't want to put any kind of artificial timeline on that. So if that is the constraint, we'll remove it.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the families and friends of those who perished, thank you for bearing witness to what was really lost in the catastrophes. I'd like to explore with you, Mr. Muilenburg, some of the financial forces that may have contributed to the catastrophe as it relates to the corporation, if you would answer some simple questions in yes or no format. One of your primary duties as CEO is to focus on increasing the price of the company stock. Is that right? One of your duties?
Congressman, one of our objectives is to increase their shareholders' value. Yes.
I'll take that as a yes. Is your total compensation or realized gains tied to Boeing stock performing well?
That's one component of it, yes.
Okay. Mr. Muilenburg, do you know what the stock price was when you became CEO?
Congressman, I do not.
It was $140 a share. That's a June 5th, 2015 number. What was the stock price at the last trading day before the Ethiopian Air accident this year? Would you know that?
I don't know.
Let me help you. It was $422 a share on March 8th. So in a little over 4 years, your company's stock rose. It tripled. From 1999 to 2009, it went from $42 to $49 a share. But from 2015 to 2019, it tripled from $140 per share to $422 a share. Very significant. In fact, you and your board authorized a $20 billion stock buyback program in December of 2018, 2 months after the Lion Air incident that helped drive up the price of Boeing stock. You own shares of company stock, correct?
That's correct.
So in short, you benefited personally from increasing the stock price. In fact, a report from the American Prospect shows you made over $95 million from 2015 to 2018. You were pocketing almost $2 million a month, almost half from stock dividends. The way I see it, your relentless focus on stock price and your company's bottom line may have negatively affected employee performance. Would you agree?
Congressman, I don't agree with that. Our business model is about safe airplanes.
So you don't
This is
think
a
that
long cycle business.
you don't think that employees felt pressured to perform?
Congressman, the realities of the competitive environment, the pressure to perform is there, but that is never equal to safety. Safety.
But in November of 2016, Boeing conducted an internal survey in which over 40% of employees stated they felt undue pressure. Curtis Eubank, a Boeing employee, said, quote, Boeing management was more concerned with cost and schedule than safety and quality. Another, Adam Dixon, said, a Boeing engineer, said his managers warned in, quote, very directly and threatening ways, end of quote, that pay was at risk if targets weren't met. It's pretty clear there has been a culture of greed and compromising safety at Boeing. Mr. Muilenburg, you did everything to drive profits over safety. You skirted recertification requirements or regulators at every corner, and your employees even admit to lying to the FAA. There are basically two ways that this plays out. You either truly didn't realize you had a defective plane, which demonstrates growth, incompetence, and or negligence, or you did know you had a defective plane but still tried to push it to market, in which case it's just clear corruption. Either way, Mr. Muilenburg, you're the captain of this ship. A culture of negligence, incompetence, or corruption starts at the top, and it starts with you. You padded your personal finances by putting profits over safety, and now 346 people, including 8 Americans, are dead on your watch. Today, you said you made mistakes and you're accountable. If Exim Bank isn't reauthorized and the MAX is left grounded, you might be asking us for a bailout. That bill, the Exim Bank, is before the Financial Services Committee. I think it's time that you submitted your resignation, don't you?
Congressman, I respectfully disagree with your premise. on what drives our company.
Okay, well, whether or not you or your colleagues are incriminated in the ongoing criminal investigation, the facts remain. It was either gross negligence, incompetence, or corruption. You're at the top. I think it's pretty clear to me, to the families of the victims and the American public, that you should resign and do it immediately. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Next would be Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for holding this very important hearing. I join my colleagues in expressing my deepest condolences to the families and the friends who are here with us today and those who can't be here with us. And of course, they are in our minds, and as are the victims. And I think that that really needs to remain our focus as we're here today. We convene this hearing to get the facts and to understand better what we can do as members of Congress to prevent a tragedy like this from ever happening again. And we understand that these are real people whose lives have been affected, lives have been lost, and lives have been forever changed. And so I remain aware of that, and we want to do what we can. And so one of the things that has been an issue that we've touched on a little bit earlier today, but I want to follow up on, is this delegation of certification authority. I think this is a critical place where Congress really needs to reassess whether this is a program that should continue. And I understand, and there have been questions about this earlier, that Boeing was really able to avoid installing some of the latest safety features by using this amended certification. And I think both Boeing and the FAA failed to evaluate the impacts of the MCAS on the whole aircraft system because of this. So, Mr. Muilenburg, my question is for you first. The JATR recommends that the FAA needs to ensure that engineers have open lines of communication to the FAA certification engineers without fear of punitive action or process violations. Do you agree with that recommendation?
Congresswoman, we agree with having those open communications.
And what changes, if any, has Boeing made to improve the relationship and ensure that Boeing employees have the access they need to make safety determinations?
Congresswoman, one of the big changes we announced roughly 2 weeks ago now was stand-up of a new safety organization. It's centralized within Boeing, direct reporting line to our chief engineer, who reports to me. That will include our ODA representatives, the delegated authority representatives. I think that will enhance transparency, directness of communication lines with the FAA, and also increase independence from our airplane programs to create that functional strength. So those are changes we've announced and are now implementing.
And are other changes under consideration, or is that the extent of your recommendation at this time?
We have multiple recommendations or actions that are underway. That includes the stand-up of a new aerospace safety committee for our board that's headed up by Admiral Giambastiani. It includes a restructuring of all of our safety review boards across the company, so they now are integrated company-wide. We're standing up a new design requirements organization that, as technology continues to evolve, we can do a better job of sharing those technologies and requirements across the company. And we've realigned our engineering organization structure so all roughly 50,000 Boeing engineers now report directly to our chief engineer. There are additional actions underway and investments for the future. So that list I just gave you is consider that a set of initial actions with more to follow.
Thank you. I want to move on to a couple more things before my time expires. Were any Boeing employees subject to punitive action during the development of the 737 MAX for reporting issues to FAA staff?
Congresswoman, I'm not aware of any such cases. If there were cases like that, we don't accept retaliation. There is no tolerance for retaliation. So I can't personally say I'm aware of any, but let me check the records to see if there are any there.
Thank you. I'd
but
appreciate that.
I can tell you from a policy standpoint, we do not tolerate retaliation.
I would appreciate if you could get back to the committee on whether any employees were subjected to punitive action. I understand that you don't know that sitting here today for a fact. Another recommendation is that the JATR recommends increased FAA involvement in safety critical areas that are currently delegated to Boeing. I understand Boeing has implemented these changes to internal processes. Have you identified any changes to the delegation process that Congress can help with as we evaluate these issues?
Congresswoman, we're starting to evaluate those opportunities, so discussions are ongoing with the FAA and others. We think the area of human-machine interface and how we set those industry standards and the requirements for how pilots operate in a high workload environment, that's a place where we can work together on new standards. There are also some older regulations that are currently on the books that could be updated to take advantage of new technologies, and we're identifying a specific list in that area. So those are two examples, and I would anticipate there will be more.
Thank you. I see I've exceeded my time, but if you could send those recommendations to this committee, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady, Representative Plaskett.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for your patience in being here today to hear some of the answers from Boeing. Thank you, those of you who are in the audience, and condolences to your families, as well as to those, I guess, and others in the airline industry who are really looking very closely at what we all have here to say. Mr. Muilenburg, I wanted to ask you some questions, particularly about MCAS. Following the Lion Air Flight 610 accident last year, Boeing issued a bulletin for the 737 MAX. The subject concerned, quote, uncommanded nose down stability trim due to erroneous angle of attack, AOA, during manual flight. While this bulletin describes in detail what can occur during an AOA failure, including nose down trim in increments lasting up to 10 seconds, and that, quote, repetitive cycles continue to occur unless the stabilizer trim systems is devacuated. I note that not once does the bulletin mention by name what in fact causes such a nose down command, which is MCAS. And I have a copy of a Boeing Flight Crew Operations Manual, bulletin number TBC-19, page 51. I would ask that this be entered into the record. Thank you. Sir, why was MCAS not mentioned in the November 6th bulletin?
Congresswoman, I'm going to ask John to add to this one, but it's what we were attempting to do with that bulletin was to, again, remind pilots of that existing emergency procedure around runway stabilizer, and the reference to multiple inputs is the behavior that you would expect the airplane to see as a result of MCAS. So the idea is, again, provide the pilots information about the behavior of the airplane as opposed to diagnosing the specific system. So that was the intent.
So the intent was which one?
The intent was to inform them of the failure mode that MCAS could cause,
okay,
rather than try to provide details on MCAS. Since then, again, feedback from the pilots, we know we need to provide more information on MCAS itself in addition to the effects of MCAS. And that's part of the update we're making to the training manuals.
In providing the effects of MCAS, would it have been easier or to summarize it by using the term MCAS?
It perhaps could have. I think that's one of the things we've learned now is the pilots would like to have additional information on just the definition of MCAS itself, in addition to the effects of its failure modes. Again, our goal is to optimize what's in the training manual so we don't add more information than what's useful for the pilots.
How large are your training manuals?
We could have done better here.
How large are the training manuals?
I can't comment on that. I don't know,
They're
John,
pretty substantive, aren't they?
They're very substantive, yeah.
So why would that have been any more of a difference to add that? I saw you nodding your head, sir. Did you want to add anything?
Well, they are very substantive in size, but we do go through a process of trying to evaluate what's the right level of information to be in there. We can incorporate all kinds of information. In hindsight, you know, and in response to the pilot's request, we are going to put the material in the training manuals on MCAS. We're going to tell them exactly what they need. We're going to have a lot more information in there to address this.
So is that the decision as to why it was ultimately excluded? Because it was seen as what? Not something that the pilots would have?
Again, our intent was to provide information on how to fly the airplane, not necessarily diagnose the system failures, and that's always a balance that we try to get in our training materials. And clearly here, we need to provide more information for the pilots.
So the reference to
That's what we do.
MCAS was excluded, was the reference to MCAS excluded in order to not bring attention to the system pilots? We're unaware about it? No?
Congresswoman, the intent was to provide the training materials that the pilots would need to fly the airplane rather than try to educate them on the system details. And again, that's an area where we fell short and we need to provide additional information. And we're going to.
So in that same bulletin, just very quickly, Boeing describes how erroneous AOI can cause potentially many indications and as many as 4 different alerts or lights. IS disagree, ALT disagree, etc. Do you believe if several of these indications went off simultaneously in a cockpit, a pilot would be confused about how to respond?
So, Congresswoman, when you have an AOA, in the case of Lion Air where it was miscalibrated, once it got to a certain threshold and you had a difference in altitude, then it would trigger that altitude disagree. When it got to a certain airspeed disagree, then, so they would, they may not come all on at the same time, but they are probably fairly closely linked together on that.
Okay, so the question was, would a pilot be confused on how to respond? And then I yield back.
Yeah, so the OMB was really about if you have an AOA issue, it can trigger a number of different indications in the flight deck and to help you identify what could be going on. And if you have the stabilizer moving, then perform the runaway stabilizer procedure. We subsequently went out at the request of our customers with a detailed message about MCAS and explained what it was.
Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to start by also offering my condolences to the families that are here and those that, loved ones that have been mourning, all of those that were lost in these unfortunate tragedies. Mr. Muilenburg, I'm going to dispense with a lot of what my colleagues have already touched on and just dive into some really poignant, specific questions. So a very brief answer is what I'm looking for. Boeing did not consider erroneous MCAS activation to present a catastrophic risk, correct? Let me repeat that. Boeing did not consider erroneous MCAS activation to present a catastrophic risk, correct?
Congressman, I believe the hazard analysis, if that's what you're referring to, John,
yes,
help
that's
me out
correct.
correctly
Yes.
here.
Yeah, a single MCAS event.
So is that correct or not?
A single MCAS event was not considered, I think you used the word catastrophic?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And as a result of that lower classification of risk, Boeing did not perform detailed evaluations, failure modes, effect analysis, and fault tree analysis to fully understand the effects of erroneous MCAS activation, correct? I'm just looking for yes or no.
We did a thorough analysis of it using our processes that we've used, and we did consider multiple inputs into MCAS.
But did he do the failure modes and effect analysis and the fault tree analysis? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. In fact, in simulator tests, Boeing didn't even simulate erroneous MCAS activation to the full 2.5 degrees of stabilizer motion, correct?
Congressman, I think I'll have to follow up with you because I believe we did go to beyond 2.5. I think we went to 3.0.
If you could follow up, that would be great. Boeing didn't consider repetitive erroneous MCAS activations in those tests, did it? Boeing didn't consider repetitive erroneous MCAS activations in these tests.
We did consider multiple MCAS inputs.
Did Boeing assume pilots would be the redundancy to save the airplane during an erroneous MCAS activation?
We assumed that pilots would recognize it and trim it out. And
So is that a yes?
Yes.
In retrospect, given that the erroneous activation of MCAS played a critical role in both 737 MAX crashes, would you agree that this was a flawed assumption that the pilots were the backup?
We used an industry standard that's been around for a long time and around pilots' actions, and in these cases, that assumption did not play out in these actions.
So is that a yes or a no?
It's an assumption that didn't play out, and I think it's one of the things that we need to address going forward.
So that would be a yes.
If you could restate your question, I'll.
In retrospect, given the erroneous activation of MCAS played a critical role in both 737 MAX crashes, would you agree that this was a flawed assumption that the pilots were the backup?
Yeah, I would say that the assumption needs to be addressed.
So the yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. We begin what will hopefully be a brief second round. I appreciate the witnesses and the members of the committee who've hung in here. Mr. Muilenburg, do you know how many 737 MAX aircraft Southwest Airlines had ordered from Boeing prior to the Lion Air crash?
Congressman, I don't know the exact number, but we can find it for you.
Well, we were told it was 280. And do you contest the fact that Southwest Airlines would have gotten a $1 million rebate per plane had the pilots had to go through simulator or D training?
Chairman, I believe that was part of the contract
Yes,
structure we
okay.
had with Southwest.
Did you have contracts like that with other customers?
Congressman, I don't know if there are any other customers with that specific clause, but it's not uncommon for us to have incentive clauses in these
Right.
contracts.
So that would have totaled, obviously, $280 million that would have had to have been paid. Because I think a real key issue is how we got to this point, and how MCAS was not in the manual. That's been my question since, way back when. Let's move on to undue pressure, key learnings, and next steps. Slide. There it goes. This was a survey which was provided to us by a whistleblower. It was in 2016. If we go to the next slide, I am concerned about consequences if I report potential undue pressure, 29%. Then if we go to the next slide, when these engineers are also ARs, lines are frequently blurred between when the engineer is acting in an applicant's SME role and when they are in an AR role. That was 2016. And I'll give you, in a minute, a chance to respond, but it seems like you didn't pay much attention to the survey and the undue pressure, because we then have, and I may have read it improperly before, but he says he was the leader of the 737 program. He was writing to the general manager, talks about workforce exhausted, schedule pressure. I'm sorry to say I'm hesitant about putting my family on a Boeing airplane. That's 2 years later. It doesn't seem like anything was done to relieve the undue pressure and this culture where people were afraid for their jobs, and there was confusion, which also points to why we need to change this process between, CMEs and ARs, and wait a minute, which hat do I have on? And they're switching hats. In 2003, I said, I don't understand how this is going to work. When I voted against this process, I said, so someone works for Boeing, is paid for Boeing, and then someone else works for Boeing and is paid for Boeing, but this person is totally stovepiped over here and firewalled. They're not responsive to Boeing, they're just responsive to the regulator, but that's not true, because apparently they go back and forth between being a development engineer or being, the AR. So, what happened between 16 and 18? Apparently not much. Can you point to any significant steps that were taken to change the culture and relieve this undue pressure?
Congressman, I can, and John will feel free to add in as well. First of all, this survey is a survey that we proactively do with our ODA team. The goal here is to identify any sources of undue pressure. So in this case, these are the survey results that we proactively sought. We gathered all of these results. We've shared them with the FAA, and we've taken follow-up actions associated with these inputs.
But then, that's good, but I'm asking for like really concrete examples when you have the leader of the 737 team 2 years later, workforce exhausted, schedule pressure. It doesn't sound like those things were effective.
Congressman, if I could, I'm attempting to answer the question.
Yep, go ahead.
It's a very important topic.
Sure.
You'll also see on the survey data here that over 90% of our employees are comfortable raising issues, and I think the number is 97% understand the process for doing so. Those are very high scores. We'd still want them higher, but we try to create a culture where our employees can speak up and raise issues so we can take action in response. So that is the culture we're trying to incentivize. Now, I will say it's true that we have competitive pressures every day. We operate in a tough, globally competitive world, but that never takes priority over safety. And I know we've had this discussion, but I can tell you our culture as a company, the only long-term sustained business model is safety. And that's because our airplanes last for decades. And having a culture where people are willing to speak up, including the people that responded to this survey, is part of creating that culture. John, you might be able to comment on specific actions we've taken.
Yeah, and I think they're actually two separate things. So this was actually looking at the ARs and the undue pressure, and that's a defined area that the FAA has us act on. We do recurrent training with the managers in engineering, manufacturing, and quality about how they deal with ARs and how they need to be treated and what is undue pressure. And we do take follow-up actions. We do audits, and the FAA has come in and actually audited what we did, and they have agreed with what actions were taken. I think, the other pressures that were alluded to later, 2 years later, it was not an AR, to my understanding, and I think that it talks about more of the pressures that Muilenburg was referring to.
And again, as I mentioned earlier, I did receive a letter from that individual, and I think he raised some good points, things that we want our people to raise. We, subsequent to that, evaluated those. We talked to our 737 team.
But you didn't reduce the production rate, as you said earlier. You stayed at 52 points. If I could, I don't want to prolong this too much.
Production rate stability, again, sir, is actually better for safety. Consistency in the factory is safer for our workers.
Unless it's moving a little too quick. So just to go back to the issue of how this all happened, and it started with a phone call in 2011. I brought that out at the beginning. You had an exclusive Boeing customer who called and said, can't match Airbus fuel economy and no pilot retraining necessary. We're buying all Airbus. And then the story is that we didn't rush, except you were looking at, you have a 50-year-old airframe here, some of the reasons, the problems we had, and why you had to develop MCAS as opposed to a more stable platform was because we're dealing with a 50-year-old airframe. You've still got hydraulic controls. You've got you're in the newer planes. My understanding is when you have something serious going on, you actually get prioritization in a more visible way. The disagree light didn't even work. But we're being told that this, safety was always paramount. People didn't feel pressure. Things weren't rushed. But I just don't buy that. And instead of building a clean sheet design, you might have lost market share for a year or two to Airbus. But then you would have come along with a fabulous 21st century airplane that probably would have been better than the Airbus, and you wouldn't be going through what you're going through today. That was a critical mistake that was made back then, and I believe it exerted pressure throughout the organization from the top down, and it's going to be very hard to restore confidence. And again, when you have the guy who was the leader of the 737 program saying, I'm hesitant, I'm sorry to say I'm hesitant about putting my family on a Boeing airplane. That's very sad comment on what has happened to the culture of the company. With that, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask a question to clarify my question about computer software. You may recall that question. I do want to preface first by saying that, look, I know the difference between hindsight and at the moment. In hindsight, everything's clear. Today, we see MCAS as a much more significant part of the flight control system. But I still believe that MCAS at the moment, while you were designing, developing, and promoting it, I think it was a big deal that you actually just underappreciated. So let me just ask this question here. So you have the flight control system, number of components are in it, flight control surfaces, like the stabilizer, and controls, right? Cockpit controls, like the yoke or the control arm. You have linkages between the two. On the 737, all of the flight control surfaces operate by a cockpit control, input by a crew. The MCAS, as I understand it, is the only computer software that actually operates a flight control surface without crew input. Is that true?
No, sir.
You say yes or no?
I said no, sir.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, the yaw damper it operates independent of the crew, and it moves the rudder surface in response to wind gust, and so up to 3 degrees. And so crews don't put any input on that. It just happens automatically based on
Okay, fair enough, and I appreciate that clarification. The emergency procedures, and I think, Mr. Muilenburg, you've mentioned this in testimony. I've heard it before from Boeing, and even when Mr. Carball was asking questions. The emergency procedure for a runaway stabilizer, first of all, the condition is an uncommanded stabilizer trim movement occurs continuously, which means, let's say the stabilizer goes down, which means the nose is going to go down. You try to make the correction, either the trim button or the yoke, and you're not getting any relief, right? That's a runaway stabilizer trim, right? Yes or no?
That could be how it might behave.
Uncommanded stabilizer trim movement occurs continuously. Stabilizer goes down, the nose goes down, right?
Right.
Right, okay. So now if it's continuous, which means I do the control, either the trim button or the control yoke, I don't get any relief, and then the quick reaction handbook says, do the cutaway, the runaway cutoff, right?
Well, when you say you don't get any relief from the step,
Which means if I do either the trim button or the control column and I were to take my hands off, it would still be going down.
so then that sounds like you have multiple failures going on. You have something that's driving the stabilizer in the initial spot, and now you have something else that's causing.
No, I'm talking about an uncommanded stabilizer trim movement occurs continuously, and that trim movement causes a nose down.
In which case you trim with the thumb.
Right, but if I trim and nothing happens, that's a runaway stabilizer trim, isn't it?
That would be a runaway stabilizer trim, but I'm saying that's two different failures that could potentially.
Okay, so if I have a runaway stabilizer trim, okay, it's continuous. But with the MCAS activation, it's not continuous.
Correct. It moves to a certain position and it stops.
It stops, and I can do some correction like they did on Lion Air, and then 5 seconds later on Lion Air, MCAS activated again. So the concern I have is when you say that the emergency procedure should be the same, but the conditions are different. One is continuous and one is intermittent. It happens, it stops when I provide an input, and then it kicks in again. And I know you've got litigation pending, and maybe that's not why you want to answer the question, but
Congressman, let me try, and John,
Yeah.
help me here. But so the runaway stabilizer procedure, whether it's caused by MCAS or some other failure mode, the procedure is to trim the airplane, manage your power, and then hit the cutout switch if it continues. So,
but as a pilot, don't you recognize it because, like it says in the QRH, it's continuous.
So
right? Is that right? It's continuous?
I think the difference you're pointing out is that there are some runaway stabilizer modes where it's one continuous switch.
Right.
And in the case of MCAS, it's still a continuous movement, but it can happen multiple times.
Right, and
we've
here's the
eliminated
point,
multiple time piece.
There's nothing in the documentation, though, that says to the pilot what continuous is. The pilot is thinking like, hey, continuous means I try to change it and it ain't changing. That's continuous. But if it changes but then comes back, that's not really continuous, that's intermittent.
Yeah, I think.
And this is where, so with the, you said you're making changes in documentation.
Yes.
I really hope that you're looking at an emergency procedure, a quick reaction procedure, okay, that expressly addresses MCAS and the intermittent nature of MCAS, if it continues to be intermittent.
And Congressman, to that point, that's one of the software changes we made. It is no longer intermittent. It can only operate once.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Muilenburg, yesterday, in response to some media reports and a question about them, you denied media reports which stated that there were significant changes to MCAS low-speed extension that were not fully vetted by the FAA. You said they were fully vetted. But the Indonesian accident authorities found the FAA's response to the revised system safety assessment was simply to accept the submission. It seems to me there's a difference between accepting the submission, the FAA accepting the submission versus the FAA fully vetting the changes. So if that was the case, do you, and this gets to the kind of the heart of some of these certification questions on whether it's enough or too much has been given through the authority to Boeing or to any other manufacturer. Can you help me square that circle? What fully vetted by FAA means versus what simply accepting the submission means? Because it seems like there's no way to square that circle.
Congressman, let me try, and then John, if you want to, or do you have a comment you wanted to?
Yeah, Congressman, I think there's been some implications here about the ODA and what the role was. The system safety assessment, the certification deliverable, was retained by the FAA. It was not delegated to the ODA until to the very end after the FAA had reviewed it and provided comments back to the ODA and said, if these comments are incorporated in the system safety assessment, then the AR is delegated to find compliance. But the FAA had reviewed that document for several months.
And Congressman, if I could just add in, just to try to square this off with the comments you heard yesterday, what I was referring to is that during that time period from, it was mid-2016 to early 2017, the fact that we extended MCAS to the low-speed operation envelope, that was discussed with the FAA in many ways. We conducted multiple flight tests. Some of those included FAA pilots on board the aircraft, and that ultimately led to the certification of the airplane with the MCAS software, including the extension to low-speed operations. And that, we're talking about two ends of the same equation there.
So I appreciate that. I know you won't mind, though, that we're going to continue to go through the documents you've provided us and go through FAA documents as well to clear that up from our end of things.
And Congressman, I do think we've also identified some areas where we need to improve the documentation, in some cases, recording of decisions and making sure those were communicated to all parties. And that's one of the areas of improvement that we've also identified and working that jointly with the FAA.
Well, and related to that, sort of the paper trail side of things, Mr. Hamilton, on October 20th, statement from Boeing referenced back to Mr. Faulkner's. His comments in these text message exchanges reflected a reaction to a simulator program that wasn't functioning properly, as opposed to how many of us read it, that being an MCAS not functioning, and then him making his comments that he did. However, if it's only, from my end of things, it doesn't matter if it was just a simulator problem or if it was deeper MCAS. There's no paper trail that I'm aware of yet that tells me anything was fixed, whether it was an MCAS problem that was fixed or if it was a simulator problem that was supposed to be fixed. If we're using those simulators that are supposed to be fixed in order to test the 737 MAX, I don't feel any better about that either. So is there a paper trail? To whom did Faulkner report this? Who is ultimately responsible for fixing the simulator, if that in fact what it was? And can we, and I hope that we can get those documents. As well, I want to ask the FAA the same thing, not just how far up the ladder did he have to report, but across the FAA, and letting them know about the simulator.
Congressman, again, we're not completely sure what he meant in that message.
Join the
we
crowd.
talked about, but it appears he was working on a simulator, and he's referencing the low-speed extension of MCAS.
Right.
We need to confirm that. We do know that he was working at that time in a simulator. At least our best understanding is that he was at that time working on what we call an unqualified simulator. So it was a newer simulator that was being brought up to standard. It was not yet at a position where it fully represented the airplane itself. And
Would he have known that? Was he supposed to have known that? Why was he?
Yeah, he knew that he was operating. Again, our understanding here, we haven't talked directly to him. Our understanding is that he was in a simulator development process, and it appears from his comments that he was surprised about some feature. Having spent some time in simulators, it's not uncommon for us to have to work on the software to get it to be fully representative of the airplane over time. Now, regarding the paper trail on that simulator, I don't know if we have any details on that, but we can follow up.
We'll follow up. I'm over my time, and there's other members. We'll follow up with that. And so thank you. I got to say thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Muilenburg, I would like to talk to you about the AOA disagree alert, and that Boeing recently admitted that the AOA disagree alert on the 737 MAX that was supposed to be a standard feature on all MAX planes was inoperable on the MAX, on MAXes that where they didn't purchase the option, the optional AOA indicator. And it seems as though about 20% of the MAX airplanes purchased the AOA indicator. So the AOA disagree alert was inoperable on 80% of the aircrafts. Does that sound right to you?
Congressman, I can't give you the exact number, but it's correct that it was not implemented correctly. We made a mistake on that, and we discovered that. Our engineers discovered it. We have subsequently
okay, that's
made
good.
that
That's
fix,
good.
and all airplanes will have that standard.
When did Boeing learn that the AOA disagree alert wasn't operable on that 80% of the aircraft?
Congresswoman, I can get back to you with the exact timelines, but it was, I don't want to guess on the exact timelines, but it was
okay, so
discovered by our engineering team.
When did you personally learn about it?
I just don't recall the exact timelines. I do know that there was a lag between our discovery and it being reported to the FAA. And again,
was there a lag between the discovery and your finding out and then the FAA finding out?
Congresswoman, the communication timeline on the AOA disagree alert was too long. The communications were not done the way we should have done them, and that's one of the reasons we revised our review board structures.
So I agree with you that it was too long. I also want to just note the issue of candor that Congressman Allred brought up as it relates to the communications that Boeing had with the regulators and its customers, and thus the flying public. So it was only after the Lion Air accident, as I understand it, when Boeing learned of the defect, it waited 3 years. You waited 3 years until 2020 to actually fix the problem?
So Congresswoman, in 2017 is when we identified the discrepancy. We immediately convened a review board to understand whether or not it was a safety issue or not. We analyzed it and determined it was not critical for safety of flight. We notified the FAA just after, I believe, the Lion Air accident. The FAA independently convened their own safety board.
So before you continued to manufacture the MAX and distribute it to the customers, did you, at that time, were you providing these MAX aircraft with a known defect to your customers without telling them that?
Congresswoman, yes, the airplane did not conform to the spec that the disagree was not working. I'm not sure why we didn't notify the customers of that.
Who would have been the one to decide not to notify the customers? Was it your marketing team?
No, it would
Was
have been
it?
Probably would have been somebody on the engineering team on the 3.7 program.
Okay, so it might not be a safety critical thing according to you, but this certainly raises ethical issues, I would say, and issues of candor, which we've been talking about. And I want to bring up, I think we've got a couple of slides here. Okay, so this is the cover of the Flight Crew Operations Manual, or FCOM. Lots of acronyms here. Delivered to Lion Air in August of 2018. I want to note that this is 1 full year after Boeing learned that the AOA disagree alert on the 737 MAX airplanes, that it didn't, which they didn't purchase the AOA indicator on, that it wasn't fully functioning, and that Lion Air didn't purchase the indicator and the disagree. I think I need the next slide. Disagree alert was inoperative. So this shows the August 2017 that Boeing became aware that the disagree alert wasn't working. And it wasn't until after the Lion Air crash in October 2018 that they let the FAA know. I guess regardless of whether or not you classify the AOA disagree alert as a safety feature or critical safety feature, it was required on the aircraft, was it not?
It was part of our configuration spec, but there was no crew action associated when you get the disagree message. So it was for crew awareness.
So you're saying, it was part of your what?
Congresswoman, it was part of the airplane baseline. It should have been implemented on the airplanes. It was not correctly implemented. We made a mistake. A safety review board was brought together, as John described. They came to the conclusion that they could implement that in the 2020 timeframe in the next software cycle, as you referenced.
How do you decide which things are baseline that you're not going to adhere to and which ones you are?
Yeah. Congresswoman, we missed on this one. We made a mistake. We made a mistake. And we've owned up to that. We need to fix it. One of the reasons...
My time has expired. Hopefully we'll get to ask you another question, because we at some point need to get to how we make sure as legislators that this doesn't happen again. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. I want to circle back to another topic that is related to information given to the operators, which is the pilot training following the Lion Air crash. Once there was a determination to work on the fix to the MCAS system, there's an ongoing conversation about what additional pilot training, if any, would be required. So I just want to make sure that I understand. I have a couple quick questions. Following the Lion Air crash, Boeing began developing a software update for MCAS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of the software update process, does Boeing need approval of associated pilot training standards by the FAA's Flight Standard Service?
Not necessarily for that specific change at the time.
Well, it's my understanding that in December of 2018, Boeing met with the FAA's Transport Aircraft Evaluation Group to discuss and plan, evaluate and validate the MAX, the system enhancements, correct?
That was subsequent, yes.
And part of that conversation was that the FAA tasked Boeing with proposing pilot training related to the MCAS software fix that would be evaluated and documented in the FAA's Flight Standardization Board report. What level of pilot training did Boeing propose to the FAA?
That would have been level B training, which is the classroom or CBT, computer-based training.
Would it surprise you to learn that Boeing recommended level A training at that time?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that Boeing recommended level A pilot training instead of level B?
No, I'm not aware.
Mr. Muilenburg, are you aware that Boeing recommended level A training instead of level B?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Well, according to a letter from Boeing to the FAA, Boeing represented that for the MCAS enhancement, level A training would only be required. And Boeing stated in the letter that its position, which I have the letter here in front of me and happy to present to you all, that Boeing believes that the rationale for the original recommendation was still applicable, and that Boeing believes there isn't a difference relating to the MCAS flight control law, doesn't affect pilot knowledge, skills, abilities, or flight safety. Do you still believe that statement is true?
With the software changes being made, it was going to prevent the MCAS from operating like it did in the accident flight, so yes.
You still believe that level A training would be the appropriate level of training?
The software changes will prevent the pilots from ever seeing that type of condition again.
Do you understand that the FAA responded to that by saying that they cautioned Boeing that level A training might not be the appropriate level of training, and that while they were willing to evaluate the proposal, that Boeing was proceeding at its own risk?
I'm not familiar with that.
Mr. Muilenburg, are you familiar with that recommendation from the FAA that to proceed with only level A training, Boeing would be proceeding at its own risk?
Congresswoman, I am not, but we can certainly follow up on that, and we will.
Thank you. It's my understanding that following that exchange between the FAA and Boeing, that the FAA said that it would be okay to proceed with scheduled flight simulation tests. Are you aware of that part of the process? That there was flight simulator tests were scheduled? Do you know when those were? Earlier this year?
What time frame are you referring to?
Well, the simulator tests were scheduled for March 13th, 2019. Are you familiar with those tests?
I recall that there were some simulator tests down in Miami around that time, yes.
And what date did the Ethiopian Airlines crash take place?
It was in March of 20...
March 10th, 2019, before the simulator tests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. I just want to, in response to a previous question, I believe Mr. Hamilton said that the FAA was completely aware of the much enhanced MCAS system. But the finding of the JATR was finding F2.7-A. The FAA was not completely unaware of MCAS, however, because the information and discussions about MCAS were so fragmented and were delivered to disconnected groups within the process, it was difficult to recognize the impacts and implications of this system. If the FAA technical staff had been fully aware of the details of the MCAS function, the JATR team, an independent group, believes the agency likely would have required an issue paper for using the stabilizer in a way that it had not been previously used. MCAS used the stabilizer to change the column force field, not to trim the aircraft. This is a case of using the control surface in a new way that the regulations never accounted for and should have required an issue paper for further analysis by the FAA. If an issue paper had been required, the JATR team believes it likely would have identified the potential for the stabilizer to overpower the elevator. So there's a breakdown there, and we just got to determine whether it's intentional, unintentional, how much of it lays on Boeing, and how much of it lays on the FAA. But in this case, they seem to be laying a lot of it on Boeing and the communications. Mr. Brown had a quick clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. Mr. Hamilton, again, in my response to the questions about the flight control systems and the role of computer software, you offered up two examples. One is the yaw damper and the other is the autopilot. These systems, both of them, as you know, are engaged by switches on the flight deck by the pilot. The switches and the operations are clearly documented in flight and training manuals The crew knows when they're activated. In fact, I know that at least in the case of the yaw damper and maybe even the autopilot, there's a warning light when it fails. Those systems are not in the same category as MCAS, which operates behind the scene. So I'll just conclude by saying, at the moment, during the design, development, and promotion of MCAS, MCAS was the only computer software that operated the flight control systems without knowledge from the pilots or pilot input. And for me, as a pilot, that's a big deal. And not just in hindsight, but at the moment, during the design, development, and promotion, it should have been a big deal to everybody involved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
As the ranking member, Mr. Graves.
Thanks. I want to just a point of clarification as well, because there's been a lot of emphasis put on the AOA indicators in the cockpit, whether they should be in the cockpit or not in the cockpit. And there's a difference between an AOA indicator and an AOA sensor. And the AOA sensors, in disagreement, obviously had an impact on the MCAS system. But the AOA indicator in the cockpit, an AOA flight system. In fact, in all my thousands of hours of flying, I don't think I've ever been in an airplane that has an AOA indicator in it. And there's been a lot of emphasis placed on these AOA indicators in the cockpit, and it is a little frustrating because, to be quite honest with you, those are more for a maintenance.
Our job is to create the framework under which regulations will be promulgated that are going to be the things that keep the flying public safe. And I think that the first thing I want to say is that this might be the first time in Boeing's history that we're facing a situation where the culture of the company's top management was controlled more by a profit motive because of short-term concerns than by the long-term business model that you keep bringing up of safety. Based on all of the things that we've seen here today, I'm interested in figuring out how we make sure that as we come up with that framework that might need to be reevaluated, whether it's the type certification, amended type certification, or when we drill down into it, what gets into a manual or not, and how much pilot training is required. I've heard you say a number of times the system can be improved, and I'm wondering if you have some specific areas that we as legislators need to be looking at.
Congresswoman, I appreciate that question, and while we've had some challenging questions today, I think we have a shared objective around safety of the aviation system. We believe there are several areas where we can work together. Some are on the regulatory front. We've discussed earlier things around design guidelines. Some of the longstanding industry standards I think need to be revisited. There are some regulations on the books that could be updated to take advantage of new technology. We believe
what are those longstanding industry standards?
Pardon?
What's a longstanding industry standard that you specifically think that we need to be
assumptions
looking
around
at?
pilot reaction times in various failure modes and scenarios. So again, it gets to what we assumed on pilot reaction times, for example, in an MCAS failure scenario. We think it's time for us to revisit those from an industry standpoint, especially for digitally enhanced airplanes going forward. We think there are opportunities for us to work together on talent development, the pipeline for future pilots and maintenance technicians.
Do any of the longstanding industry standards that you think need to be looked at include things that as a manufacturer you would be in charge of?
Well,
because the two things that you mentioned have to do with pilot training.
Okay. The first one has to do with with design criteria. John, you wanted to?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think there's advisory circulars released by the FAA that should be updated, but then there's also our own internal guidelines and design guides that need to be updated to reflect what we're learning from these two accidents.
We've also updated our design requirements organization internally to do some better cross-sharing across defense and military sectors. I think that's an area where the government can help. I think investing in future simulation technology, taking advantage of virtual reality and augmented reality technologies to enhance pilot training opportunities is another area. The science of human factors and
Do
how
you-
we
so-
design for the future. Another example?
Do you think that, what about when it comes to type certification and the improvements or advancements technologically that have been made? We've spent this whole time talking about the family of 737s that got the original certification in 1967. Where is there, what do you think we need to be doing about making sure that as lots of new technology and an entirely new system is being integrated into a aircraft, that we're doing our jobs to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Because you're talking about a lot of improvements that you're already making, that it sounds like we need to be making sure that the FAA as regulators know about those things before we run into a situation like this.
Yeah, I would recommend, and this is one of the JADER recommendations, is that the FAA work with industry on Part 21 on the change product rule and see if there's any enhancements that are required in that area.
I yield back.
I believe this will be the last questions. Ms. Craig has not yet had an opportunity to ask questions, and I'd recognize her.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's been a long day for the families of the victims here, and I just want to say my condolences to each of you, and thank you so much for being here. I've been in and out of this hearing almost all day today, and during a previous iteration of life when I worked in business, my job was in medical technology, and in that sector, there is something called the MOD database, and if there is an early warning of an issue, we were required to report those things publicly. Our customers were required to report those things publicly. And many of the questions I've asked as we've had a number of hearings with the FAA and with others is how do we create moving forward a more robust post-market reporting system for issues that occur. My first question really, Mr. Muilenburg, is in hindsight, when should you have grounded this plane?
Congresswoman, we've asked ourselves that question many, many times. And if we knew back then what we know now, we would have grounded right after the first accident. If we could have saved one life, we would have done it. That's what we would have done.
Mr. Muilenburg, I spent the last 4 years of my business career as the head of global HR for a Fortune 500 company, and I've seen tough decisions firsthand from the inside. There's been a lot of conversation today about your compensation. And earlier this afternoon, you indicated that, well, that's up to the board of directors. I pulled up the proxy statement from 2019 and did a little back of the envelope calculation. What I want to make sure is that the people who loved those who died sitting in this room today are assured by you that Boeing executives who now regret not acting and making decisions understand the pain that they're going through. My back of the envelope calculation, just on the number of underlying stock options that you still have that are or are not vested, is that just in stock options, and I understand Boeing moved from stock options to performance-based RSUs and restricted stock. Many companies have done that. What I want to understand is that you are not going to personally benefit and profit over the swings in the stock price over this last year. Because if I look at Morgan Stanley's report, they expect once these planes are ungrounded, your stock potentially to reach $500 a share. And I know that's a long way from there today. But you said earlier today that your board of directors makes compensation decisions. Back of the envelope, just in stock options, up to $500, you'd have another $30 million. That's based on the price at $75.97 that those options were issued at. I understand how this works. If your board in February, when they meet, to issue your performance grants and your restricted stock options, awards you stock options for the 2019 time period, will you commit to this committee and these family members sitting here today to decline those awards?
Congresswoman, we don't issue stock options, so I want to answer your question. But our board will do a comprehensive review. They'll make their decisions. It's not about the money for me, and that's just not why I came to Boeing. And
that's why I said I understand you don't get stock options anymore. The ones issued in 2013, you've got some that haven't vested. You're still going to make millions of dollars from those. But when your board meets, they could decide to give you performance-based RSUs this cycle, this time around, or they could give you restricted stock units. Will you commit today to decline those awards if your board chooses to give them to you?
Congresswoman, I'm anticipating that this year's annual bonus cycle is zero. That's not where I'm focused, right? I didn't come to this company for money. That's not why I'm here. And my board will do their work, but as I believe we already announced last week, we expect our annual bonus cycle to be a zero payout for our executives this year, and it starts with me.
Thank you for being here, and thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
I thank the gentlelady. I ask unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing, and some were submitted here today by various members, and we had a commitment that we would get answers on that. For instance, the displacement of any litigation to Indonesia, which I asked, questions that Mr. Graves asked, and others. I also ask unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. Again, I want to extend my condolences to the families, thank the witnesses for their testimony, and the committee stands adjourned.